jewel, Wells Fargo, okay? And the nice thing about that is no one goes to prison. All right, that's sometimes disappointing. But we do get large amounts of money that we can then use to do other consumer protection work. And so it builds on itself. And I kind of always like when the bad guy has to pay us to take out other bad guys. There's just something very meta and nice about that. Multiple employees or independent contractors being underpaid, denied benefits, or large loss amounts. So we're talking 40, 50, 60. I'm prosecuting a case in Catalina right now. 20 years of underpaying their people. We have right now 40 named victims, and we keep adding because once the case hits the press, people are like, oh, wait, that was a crime? And then we get phone calls. Significant history of repeat violations. We have people who wage and hour have cited 6, 7, 8 times, and they've either paid or they don't pay, but it's a cost of doing business to be, jacked by wage and hour. And at this point, they don't care anymore. That's when, that hammer no longer works and we have to come in and prosecute. And then that last one says, illegal actions to cover up wage theft. We had a case that Wage and Hour did at the place that my family and I used to go to breakfast on Sundays. They've been stealing from their workers, and it was $500,000, and they gave false documents to Wage and Hour when they did it. That would have been a really good criminal prosecution, okay? Not to mention the fact I no longer have a breakfast place on Sundays, which is really criminal. So anyway, that is the kind of criminality that we look for. These are some of the charges. We're very lucky here in California. We have grand theft, 487M, which is just the unlawful taking of over $950, just with the intent to not pay someone, which has really simplified the way we try these cases. Like I said, labor trafficking is a good count. I'm not saying you don't file it. I am saying that for all of us in this room, I want you to stop thinking of labor trafficking as the crime we are working towards. The crime we are working towards is whatever is hurting our victims and that we can prosecute someone for. If that happens to be labor trafficking, awesome. If it doesn't, don't think there's no way to help people. The help comes first, the charges follow, okay? We have a lot of great misdemeanors here in California. I say that because I've looked at North Dakota's laws. Failure to pay minimum wage, which by the way is an infraction in North Dakota. Don't move to North Dakota. Failure to pay overtime, failure to give itemized paychecks. What are the benefits to that one? Guess what? You don't need victims. Your victims aren't willing to talk to you, law enforcement, nonprofits. I can just subpoena. We can go in and say, can you show us those paychecks you've been issuing them? Oh, wait, you don't have them? Oh, that's sad. Here's your misdemeanor conviction. Oh, wait, you and your wife run this business and neither of you gave them paychecks? Well, that's what we call a conspiracy in the criminal law. That's an agreement to commit a misdemeanor, to commit a crime. And guess what? That's a felony. We're going to charge you with a felony right now. And if you've stolen over $100,000 from your victims, you're now looking at state prison. There are many, many hammers. Labor trafficking is a great one, but just get it done. Just take the people out, make it expensive and scary to exploit people who are just trying to feed their kids, right? So conspiracy is a great one. Bouncing paychecks is a misdemeanor. If you do it with each other, that's a conspiracy to commit a misdemeanor, and you're suddenly looking at a felony. Extortion is a really important one for a couple reasons. First of all, it doesn't have to be money. It literally says in the code, if you get something from someone, including not paying them, so you're getting their wages, and you threaten to have them deported, that is a threat under the extortion law. We don't have to prove anything more. Threatening somebody's immigration status or that of someone next to them is extortion. Human trafficking is anyone who deprives or violates the personal liberty of another with the intent to obtain forced labor or services. Let's be clear. For those of us in this room who have done or think about sex trafficking is labor trafficking. It's just the work is sex. And I'm not diminishing sex trafficking that way. The reason I say that is because if you have a case of an illicit massage industry that's doing sex trafficking, you might go in there and talk to your victims, and they might not be comfortable telling you about being raped 7 times a day. I get that. But what they might be willing to tell you is that they work 12 hours a day and they don't have a lunch break. Oh, and no, they don't get paychecks. And oh, they have to tip out. Oh, and by the way, they were told that they owe them $10,000 for bringing them over to the United States, and they have to work until they pay that off. But they're only giving massages. Great, you're only giving massages. I'm cool with that. I'm going to prosecute them for labor trafficking. Nothing has to be perfect. My favorite saying, don't let the enemy of good be perfection, or don't let perfection be the enemy of good. There we go. See, I can't even get that perfect. Look at it as a whole case. Look at it as a whole behavior, and what behavior can we prove, and then prosecute them or do whatever administrative action or civilly sue them for that behavior. Duress, coercion, or serious harm. You have all of these in your materials, and I hate speakers who read. But one of the things I want to point out is a direct or implied threat to destroy or keep a passport or immigration document. That's it. That's coercion. They keep your passports, you now have coercion. They say, you got to work for me. I'm going to keep your passport. I'll give it back to you when you're done paying off your debt. We've got trafficking. Abuse or threatened abuse of the legal process. Oh, you owe me $15,000 for me bringing you over across the border. Like, I'm going to sue you and then you're going to go to jail. That's coercion. That's debt bondage. And then any harm, whether physical or non-physical, including psychological or reputational harm. Now, for certain immigrants from certain communities, being people finding out that they worked in the cannabis industry, in the sex industry, or that they were cheated can be incredibly psychologically traumatizing. That's where your culturally competent service providers are going to be the best friends of your law enforcement people, because they can tell you. Tiffany has a great example. So when and she'll talk about it, but she has, I'm totally stealing your stuff. It's okay. It just makes me look better. She had Filipino workers, and they were called certain names by the employers, and those names were incredibly shaming. But when they were translated into English, they didn't really sound that bad. But her Filipino expert was able to say, oh no, it really doesn't get worse than that. Okay, it really doesn't get worse if you are a Chinese migrant than working in cannabis and having that get back to China, because you can be killed for working in the cannabis industry. And I'm seeing some shocked faces. That's why you need your Chinese, cultural, individuals. So if they say, you're going to work for me, or I'm going to let them know back home that you're working for me, That doesn't sound too bad unless you understand what that means to them. We have this wonderful intentional theft of wages, $950 over 12 months. We're in California. You can steal $950 from a low-wage worker in a week, thankfully, because of our good minimum wage laws. All it has to be is they have to know that they did it and do it on purpose. If you have multiple victims, so for a lot of us day laborers, right, they'll be promised $100, right? They're not going to get to that $950, but if they do it to 10 day laborers over a year, you've got this crime. This is a felony. It's a straight felony. It's not a wobbler, which is awesome. I don't know what the legislature was thinking, but we're not going to tell them. And we can also add that excessive losses to this. So excessive losses is an allegation if you steal more than $100,000 in a course and conduct, so that can be as long as the crime was occurring, then they're looking at 1 year state prison on top of whatever time they get for the underlying crimes, and it's all done in state prison. Statute of limitations is important. For both Tiffany and I, our big cases have had, that's been one of probably the primary defense. That, well, these are old. What statute of limitations is the clock. The clock for how long we can prosecute a case. And what the issue becomes is, well, when does that clock start for our wage theft victims? Does it happen the day that I don't get the paycheck or that I get underpaid? Or does it happen later on? And what the law says here in California is that felony fraud, which includes wage theft, is 4 years after somebody discovers it or it completed. And so one of the things I like to charge is we like to charge conspiracies, because that means it's ongoing. So if you were if you were a victim of the conspiracy back in 2006, and we charged that conspiracy in 2024, and they were doing it up until 2023, that clock doesn't start till 2023, and I can reach back to 2006. Okay, so it's a great tool for that. But the other part is discovery. How many of you knew that not getting a written paycheck was a crime? My union guy, my union guys. Okay, I didn't until I started doing this. And so I didn't know. I'm a prosecutor. We had defense attorneys saying, well, everybody knows you're supposed to be paid what you're supposed to be paid. That's a crime. And we're like, well, everybody might know that they're supposed to get paid what they're supposed to get paid, but most cops would tell you that's civil, and they're supposed to know that stuff. Most DAs will tell you that's civil, and they're supposed to know that stuff. And so, no, that's not obviously true. But what am I going to tell all of you? Once you know you have this criminal, or you believe you have this criminal level of evil, I use that word sometimes purposely because these people truly are. I've done child sex cases. These are some of the most sociopathic people I've ever come in contact with. Okay? And I'm not being dramatic about that. They literally are. They would literally look at you and go, you're lying on the floor, but so you're going to have to pay me for that floor because, you know, you got hurt, but you're bleeding. I'm going to have to clean it. Okay? I mean, this is the level of sociopathy that we see in some of these people. So, I was apparently, no one told me I was pushing buttons. Let me see if I can get caught up. Okay. So the discovery part comes when somebody who understands that it's a crime is brought into the case. It's often law enforcement. But the sooner you bring it in, the less chance we have of a judge not understanding the law. And there are a few judges out there who might not understand the law. There's a lot of defense attorneys who don't understand the law. And there's a couple DAs too, but we won't talk about them. But the sooner you bring it to us, the less likely we are to lose cases just because they're old. Okay, so especially for my administrative agencies, the moment you start seeing some of those criminal issues that I brought up, please contact your local friendly district attorney, your local friendlier attorney general, or some other criminal prosecutor to start talking about this. And if the only person you can find is me, great, call me. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to anyone, much to my family's embarrassment. Conspiracy doesn't have to be charged to extend that crime time. So if you know that people were working together, you might not be able to identify them, you can still argue that there was an uncharged conspiracy that continued the completion. So let's talk briefly about immigration. First of all, those of us who are in law enforcement and government know we are not allowed to ask about your status as a victim. We don't care about your status as a victim. The law covers all people equally. It's this lovely thing called the Due Process Clause. So we don't care. We're not going to ask. And every remedy entitled to a citizen is entitled to not a citizen here in the state of California. Theoretically, defense cannot ask either. The reality is if we go to trial, it's going to come out because it's always going to be an issue of credibility. You're doing this to get your U visa. You're getting this to get citizenship. Fine. We're DAs. We're used to, you're doing this to get a good deal from the cops because you were the driver and he was the shooter. If you're not used to dealing with impeachment as a prosecutor, you're in the wrong business. Okay? Don't be afraid of these things. They're all workable. Now, there are really, I am not an immigration lawyer, thank God. But I have had to become an immigration interested person with my work. So there's really three ways that we typically see our victims getting that stabilization through immigration. The first is a T visa. You have to be a victim of trafficking. Okay, hardest one to get. Again, trafficking's really hard to make. Please don't go for trafficking so you can get them a T visa. Like that's a you know, level of Dante's hell. Okay, don't do that. But if it fits, do it. U visa. Almost always there's going to be threats, extortion, or other counts. So remember how I said extortion is saying to someone, you know, don't talk or do this or give me your money or I'm going to call ICE. That's an extortion count here in California. That is a U visa direct eligible charge. So when I see it, I charge it. When you are interviewing your victims, if you're a CBO, your victims, if you're law enforcement, that is a question you should always be asking. When you ask them for your money, what did they do? What did they say? When you told them you wanted to be paid fairly, what did they say? Because I promise you, if they are undocumented, 70% of the time, 80% of the time, the cops or ICE were mentioned. And then the last one is a new tool that we have that's amazing. It's called the Deferred Action for Victims of Labor something or other. I don't know. I just call it Deferred Action for Wage Theft. If the worker's employer is the subject of an open investigation of any labor dispute by any government agency. So it doesn't matter if it's your local ordinance against wage theft, that's going to count. All the way up to the Department of Labor and the feds, prosecutors, U.S. Attorney, AG. If they are a witness or a victim or potentially a victim or witness, then we as the agency doing the investigation can write what we call a statement of interest, where we say, hey, yeah, we have an open investigation against Joe Smith's, chicken frying plant. And, anybody who may have worked there is a potential victim. And so we would ask for prosecutorial discretion to keep them here in this country and not take any immigration action against them for the pendency of this. Typically, it's for 2 years. It can be extended. It does not lead necessarily to citizenship, but it gives them that stable base to stand on while you get them immigration services and you find ways if they're eligible for citizenship. This is an extremely powerful tool for a wide swath of people. And for my prosecutors, everybody else, this is really technical, but for my prosecutors, you don't know who got it. You're just saying, hey, we've got this investigation, anyone working there? You don't know who got it. So you don't have any discovery requirements here. I mean, talk to your electeds. I shouldn't be giving you advice on Brady. And I probably would ask them because I'd want to be upfront. But like, I have a defense attorney who's like, I want to know everyone who got this. I'm like, I don't get to know who got this. So just recognize that this is different because we're not the ones signing off on it. For a U visa, so you all know, law enforcement is the one who's recommending it. I'm not recommending anyone for deferred entry. I'm saying that we have this open case and that we need prosecutorial discretion to continue to investigate this case, okay? Again, not giving you legal advice at all. And my comments are my comments and not those of the LA County District Attorney's Office. Please don't lose me my job. I have 2 kids who are starting college in the next 3 years. Michael Whittington, is anyone here from Santa Clara? No? Michael Whittington was a senior DA investigator doing this work. I completely stole this from him. And after talking to him on the phone, and I told him that I used this quote in all of my work, he was really, really embarrassed. It was kind of fun. But it's very important for us to understand that these are humans who have been traumatized. Just like if they had been beaten in the street, held at gunpoint, assaulted, or otherwise victimized in ways we're kind of used to as law enforcement. When we steal people's wages, what we do is make it impossible for them to exist in a safe place in this world. I don't have it in this one, but I use Maslow's triangle. And what Maslow says is that we can't think about, bettering ourselves if we don't know what we're eating that night, or we don't know where our children are sleeping that night. And that's what these people take from our victims. They take away a sense of safety in the exact same way they would if they threaten their children or beat them up. And so we should treat them the same way we do. And if we know that they're doing this, we should make sure that whatever tools we have available, we use to stop them. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being hammers for all these nails. That's my information. It's also in the materials. And if you can't find another person willing to talk to you about it, give me a call. Thank you.
Isn't she so cool? I'm not worthy. Does anyone have questions for Ryann while she's here? Because she ended a little early. Anyone want to run something by her? I can do the Phil Donahue. Does anyone remember Phil Donahue? So this microphone goes to our Zoom viewers.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I had a question about debt bondage. So I understand if someone's brought into the country illegally and there's a supposed debt that, maybe we put that in a different category. But I had a case once where someone supposedly was brought from Texas to California. So nothing illegal about that, at least in the way I looked at the case. The person was going to give them a job in California. but they owed money and that kept getting subtracted from their minimum wage. What do you think about that in terms of whether it's a crime to not pay the minimum wage?
So obviously I talk about undocumented individuals because we see a lot of that, especially in LA County. But debt bondage is debt bondage. You cannot force someone to work for you because they owe you money. So the moment you force someone to work for you because they owe you money, we are talking about debt bondage, which is directly listed in the human trafficking. So if they're saying you can't leave till you pay me back, or you have to work for me until you pay me back, that's human trafficking. And if you can't get there, like let's say for whatever reason, you know, that count's just not gonna fly. And this is my personal opinion. I'm not gonna file labor trafficking unless it's an incredibly strong count, because I do not wanna train our judges, our juries, and our defense attorneys that they're gonna beat a labor trafficking count. I want them, when they see that, to go, oh, I won't say it out loud because I'm in polite company, and go, what can we plead this for shy of labor trafficking? Okay? So I'm very, very careful about filing that. But any sort of debt bondage, anytime those words are said, you're looking at debt bondage and you should be looking at trafficking. You should also be looking at failure to pay wage theft, right? Theft, straight up theft, right? And all of the co-occurring things. When he said to her, well, you owe me this money, you can't leave. And she said, well, what are you gonna do? And he says, I'd have you thrown in jail. Now we have abuse of the system, another trafficking, and we have witness intimidation, and we have extortion. So you start thinking about all of these ways you can create a atmosphere where this business practice isn't going to work for them, okay? And you just make, you know, you find all of these different charges that are inherent within what they're doing, as well as that overarching count. But yeah, it doesn't matter if they're brought from outside the country, or they can literally be like, oh, you spilled this paint on the floor and that's going to cost me $100. I'm going to take that out of your paycheck. No, that's illegal. Other questions? Anybody else want to chat?
Thank you so much. We are with the Mexican consulate, and we get cases of people who move from one state to another, and they were victims in another state, and it has been really hard to like continue with the process because this person was in Montana when actually what you just mentioned happened. They were charging him for like the expenses of where he was staying while working in the fields. And then forced him to like buy a car because like he was just forced to do so many things because he didn't have any other options. Then he came to California, and we don't really know how to like, because of the jurisdiction problems. So how do we handle something like that?
So most states or regions are going to have a human trafficking task force that's funded by the Office of Victim, what's the C stand for, Tiffany? Crimes, Victims of Crimes, OVC. They're OVC-sponsored human trafficking. So the first thing I would look at is, does Montana have a human trafficking task force? Okay, and I would reach out to them. I would also look at their Attorney General's office and see if they have a trafficking, prosecutor, and I would reach out to them. And then if all else fails, give me a call, because Paul Chang, who we joke, those of you who work in this area, Paul Chang is the Western Region Human Trafficking Task Force coordinator for the Office of Department of Labor for the feds. But everything starts and ends with Paul Chang in this field. And so he's an amazing resource, and he can generally find us someone wherever we are to help us with these cases. So this is the kind of case where a wage theft or a labor exploitation working group makes a huge difference, and participating in it makes a huge difference, because at those quarterly meetings, you can go, okay, y'all, I got this person, what can I do? And those meetings are literally everybody sitting down, typically on Zoom, and talking about what they're working on and what they need help on. It's not, you know, what is the latest studies? I mean, that's great, but it's really, I got this person who can help me. And literally that discussion happens 15 to 20 times in one of my meetings. Okay. Yeah, definitely. And if you need help, give me a call. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you again for having me. You're going to have to hear from me again at the end.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Just so everyone knows, we have a Sonoma County Human Trafficking Task Force. We've had it since 2014. It's comprised of local community-based organizations. The DA's office chairs it. We work with law enforcement. So just reach out to me and I can give you the information for our task force. They're incredible. Ryan kind of revealed one of my main goals today. So because we got a rush start, I'll let you know. I have 3 main goals today. One of them is to educate everyone about wage theft, and that it's really not just a simple issue. It's a very complicated issue. It's a cultural issue. It's a victim-centric issue. It's related to trafficking. It's related to extortion. It's related to all sorts of crimes. But as Ryan said, there's a spectrum of behavior. There's a spectrum of harms being inflicted on workers. And it can start at administrative and then move up to civil, and then at some point become criminal. And I don't know where that is. I don't think anyone can really say when you go up in the spectrum and then it comes to our office. We're going to figure it out together. This wage theft law was passed in 2022 while I was campaigning. So we're all going to figure out together. And I'll be calling Ryan a lot, and Katie, my coworker here, will be calling Ryan a lot. But this is going to be a team effort, and I think our county does need a wage theft working group. I'm really busy. I have 2 kids entering college soon. I'm pretty sure my daughter's having a party right now at my house. Like, I can't do it by myself. I'm going to need your help. So just start thinking about who's going to be part of that group and who's going to run it. And I'll always bring snacks. Okay. Let's take a break. Okay, we're going to get going now. Networking at the next break. You can do your networking at the next break. Okay. So for those who are joining us on Zoom, thank you for joining us. I want to pass the microphone to Assemblymember Damon Connolly, who former prosecutor and represents us here in Sonoma County, and he has a few words. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carla, for inviting me. Thank you, everyone, for being here this morning. Always like to start by just saying thank you so much for the privilege of representing you in the State Assembly. I actually represent the 2 best counties in the whole state, Marin and Sonoma counties. And needless to say, it's a very interesting time period right now up in Sacramento as we do final budget negotiations. There's some other negotiations happening right now around a couple of key bond measures potentially, and as we wrap up the legislative session. But one of the best parts of my job is really being able to work with so many great community partners. Want to acknowledge a lot of our organized labor partners in the room, our amazing nonprofits, and of course, the amazing local officials I get to work with every day. There is no more favorite of mine than our wonderful district attorney in Sonoma County, Carla Rodriguez, if we can give it up for Carla again. Apropos of what we're talking about today, I think we cannot emphasize enough that the local work Carla is doing on the wage theft issue is really having statewide reverberations. And let's think about what we're talking about. As Carla mentioned, and we'll get into it a little bit, these are complex cases. These are not cases generating headlines on a regular basis. It's kind of the ground level, behind the scenes work, but it's not going unnoticed. At the state level, wage theft is on the radar of the governor, our Attorney General, Rob Bonta, and of course, the legislature. But let's be real, and I talked about this over the break with a few people. It's not enough simply to pass laws or even to provide the resources that local officials need, although those issues are very important. We have to ensure that at the state level, the Department of Industrial Relations is actually taking these cases seriously, that they're resolving them in a timely manner. We're hearing too often that the cases are getting caught up in bureaucracy. Ryann references where oftentimes the statute of limitations is allowed to run so that justice is not served. So one of the things I'm going to take back with me is we got to get real about oversight responsibility on the Department of Industrial Relations. So let's frame what we're talking about. Why is wage theft so important? It affects a number of different parties. The workers, employees who are denied fair compensation for the work that they're doing. That obviously affects them individually. It affects their families. Wage theft affects businesses. The fact that most of our businesses, thankfully, are doing the right thing, trying to do right by their communities, by themselves, by their workers. They are undercut by these businesses that decide to cheat. So it's unfair to our business community. It's unfair and affects our local economy. When you distort the way that goods and services are delivered and provided, that affects all of our communities in an adverse way. And let's face it, the bottom line is it affects us all. It affects our moral sense of right and wrong that we try to live by as members of this society. It affects our justice system and our sense of justice. So the good thing is that we have a justice system that is starting to take this issue very seriously. Carla mentioned that these are not easy cases. So what do we need to do? As Carla referenced, I'm a former state prosecutor, which was a great experience before becoming a state legislature. In fact, as some of you may know, I actually was on Attorney General Lockyer's Energy Task Force back in the Enron days. Remember Enron? And the other out-of-state power companies that ripped off our state during the early 2000s and created blackouts, et cetera. Beyond the headlines, what that kind of case, and basically we're talking about fraud by another name, right, which is also fundamentally what wage theft is. We literally spent countless days and hours in warehouses just poring over documents. The infamously Enron, their West Coast trading offices for energy transactions was up in Portland, Oregon. So we went up there. Enron did the favor of loading up the boxes with like empty pizza wrappers and discarded food, just kind of as a goodwill gesture to us as we arrive to review their documents. But through those hours and hours, I actually, and Carla reminded me of this, had the opportunity to come across a particular file of handwritten notes. And the question that was in the air at that time, we all were aware of these trading games that Enron was doing that were affecting our prices on electricity and our markets. But the question hanging in the air, as even teed up by the New York Times, was who was responsible for the games? So this file, nondescript, in the middle of hundreds of boxes, actually disclosed in handwriting the names of who was doing the games. So I got it and I was like, is this what I think it is? Immediately transmitted the file back to my office in California. Within 48 hours, those notes were before the US Senate in Washington, DC, where Barbara Boxer coincidentally was grilling Enron executives about the games and was able to reference those notes. These cases rise and fall on reviewing painstakingly documents, in this case about what's being paid, what's not being paid, going through the records. Many of these companies, as we all know, are under the radar. They are mostly impacting, or quite often impacting, immigrant communities that they feel will not speak up. So we have to go to bat for our local folks. The good news, again, is we have the partners right here in the room to do it. You can count on me to continue to be a partner as we pursue these cases to the full extent of the law. So thank you again. I'm learning a lot by just watching this today or participating, and we'll continue with me as your partner in Sacramento as we get the job done. So thank you very much.
I liked Assemblymember Connolly, but when I heard he was a prosecutor that liked paper cases, he became my hero. Super cool. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next panel. This panel is comprised of 3 people who I've come to know and respect very much over the past few years. Mike Pickens is with Operating Engineers Local 3, and I always talk about this, Mike. I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about it again. I was campaigning for DA, didn't know what I was doing. I'd been trapped in a courtroom for 26 years. I'm trying to meet people, trying to get, contributions to my campaign, and I meet Mike at a coffee shop, and I'm like, who is this big lug of a guy? And he probably isn't really smart. Well, it turns out he's super smart. And he spent an hour explaining the underground economy to me and wage theft. And that was very early on in my campaign. And from there, I started meeting Renee Salcedo from Raices Collective and some of the domestic workers that she works with and how they're victimized by wage theft. Some women from La Luz, Almas, our local organizations. Wage theft, wage theft, wage theft, wage theft was the consistent story that I was hearing all over my travels. So let's have Mike Pickens come up here and join us. So everyone has his bio. So secondly, we have Lisa Carreño, President and CEO of United Way of the Wine Country. She came and spoke to the county department heads, I don't even remember when it was, a few months ago, and talked about the cost of living in Sonoma County. And I was absolutely shocked and blown away by the data that she was sharing with us. And so we reached out to her and she very graciously agreed to speak at our conference today. We have the underground economy, and then we have the reality of what it costs to live here in Sonoma County. So she'll be addressing you. So everyone say hi to Lisa. Next, we have Ana Hurtado Aldana, also someone that I've seen many times speak, or twice, I think I've seen you speak. She's with the U.S. Department of Labor. She handles our jurisdiction. She works and fights for the rights of workers in all areas. And she's just an amazing speaker. So she's going to also explain kind of the humanitarian issues that she sees and how it coincides with the negative effects of wage theft. So if we can introduce Ana Hurtado Aldana. Maria, who is on her way, got detained by a California Highway Patrolman on the way here, so she'll be a little late. So hate when that happens. So without further ado, I'm going to hand the mic over. You guys, you have to talk right into it, and you have the clicker. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. I'd like to spend a special thanks to Damon Connolly, our Assembly member, and the District Attorney and her staff for hosting this important event. As a longtime labor representative and a individual who specializes in labor compliance, this has been a pipe dream of mine to be able to work with local law enforcement in a meaningful way to combat the underground economy and hold these bad actor contractors and individuals personally liable for the lives they impact by cheating their workers out of wages. I'm going to go through my PowerPoint here. It's not as impressive as the acts I'm having to follow, but I'll do my best. To point this thing.
Hey, Katie, will you help me with the clicker here? I won't even be able to turn it on, so I'm going to let someone else do that.
Nope, it's on. There we go.
Mike, do you need to point it up at the machine? Yeah.
Hey, while we do this, I want to introduce some people in the room. Marsha Lucian, will you stand up, please? Everyone, this is Marsha Lucian. She is the executive director of the Family Justice Center, which is run under the umbrella of the DA's office. The Family Justice Center is a one-stop shop where victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, elder abuse, and all forms of trafficking can go under one roof to get services. They meet with a navigator. The navigator kind of checks them in, and then they either go to Verity for sexual assault help. They go to the YWCA, who's housed there. If it's a domestic violence case, they can meet with legal aid if they need restraining orders or other legal documentation. We have Catholic Charities there. We have the living room. We have, how many partners are there now? Like 15? 18 partners in the building. So if you are investigating a case and you have what you believe is a trafficking victim, feel free to bring them to the FJC. We have a room for kids. We have toys. All my kids' old Fisher Price toys are there. But it's just a wonderful resource. And I just want to put a face to the name. Thank you. Tatiana Lopez. Everyone say hi to Tatiana. Tatiana runs our victim services division. So once a case is filed in criminal court involving a victim, someone from her unit will reach out to the victim and kind of walk them through the process, the criminal justice process. It's very scary to be a victim and to go to court and to testify. So we have 10 advocates, 3 comfort dogs, although one of our dogs is on strike right now and is negotiating her labor contract and refuses to go to court. Miranda, yeah. She's usually in someone's wastebasket. But anyway, Tatiana is the person that runs that unit, and we are very victim-centric at the DA's office. The whole reason that I do my job is to serve victims and to keep our county safer, but I really care about our victims. So thanks, Tatiana. Okay.
We may just have to run through a little manual clicking here and from the back if someone can help me out with that. Thank you. All right, if you can click the next slide, please. Broken? For our technical difficulties to work out here. From what I've seen so far talked about today and what I imagine will be talked about the rest of the day, it all boils down to one industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry here in the state of California, that is the underground economy. Not to steal anything from my slides, but the underground economy is made up of several different, I mean, it's vast. It's everything from human trafficking, sex workers, wage theft, counterfeit goods. The list goes on and on. And it is the seedy underbelly of the state, and it's prevalent in every industry we have. And we in the construction industry are not exempt from it. We have been battling this for as long as prevailing wage laws have been codified in statute here in California, and that's been since, I believe it was 1939. We have success. So topics that I'd like to cover with you today: prevailing wages, underground economy, wage theft on public works projects, the impact of wage theft on workers, and the impact of wage theft on local economy. Prevailing wages. Prevailing wages are the minimum wage that must be paid to workers on a public works project in the state of California. Labor Code section 1720 through 1861. You can't see the footnote because my chair is in the way. These wage determinations are made by the by the director of the Department of Industrial Relations. A lot of times they follow, or they are determined county by county and follow traditional craft jurisdictional lines: operating engineers, laborers, carpenters, electricians, cement masons, and so on. That's a sensitive click right there. The underground economy. There are a wide scope of activities, like I mentioned before, that make up the underground economy. Some of these are human trafficking, counterfeit goods, wage theft, tax and insurance fraud, This quote here was taken by a study done by the Economic Policy Institute. Wage theft comes at a great cost to workers, but it also shifts the cost from the employers to the taxpayers. When employers withhold payment of their workers, they also hurt local economies and incur costs to taxpayers. According to the California Department of Labor Standards Enforcement, misclassification of workers, just one type of wage theft, costs the state more than $7 billion a year. That $7 billion is not only on the workers' backs, but it's on the backs of your local taxpayers, your local agencies, the state, and just about every agency that depends on a tax base. Wage theft. Wage theft can take many forms. While it's not limited to construction industry, that is what the focus will be on. Employers use several schemes and mechanisms to steal wages from their employees. Some of these includes paying below the minimum wage, not paying workers for work performed before a shift or after a shift, not paying overtime, illegal payroll deductions, and that is just scratching the surface of the schemes and mechanisms these employers use. Wage theft in the construction industry happens on both public and private projects. Under California law, on public projects, anybody can access their payroll records of the employer performing work on these projects, the certified payrolls. Certain information must be redacted from those payrolls, and certain organizations can get access to more information than the general public can. Joint labor management committees can access the workers' names, their addresses, other information is redacted like their social security number and things of that nature. We use not only the certified payrolls, but job site visits, investigations, worker surveys to paint a picture, to build a case, to present to the DIR, the Labor Commissioner's Office, of how these workers cheat and are cheating their employees. With the passage of Labor Code 47, or not Labor Code, my apologies, Penal Code 4087M, it allows the district attorney to prosecute, as we heard before. That is a boon for us to be able to find a way to get these cases in front of a local DA who has a vested interest more than somebody sitting in Sacramento or Los Angeles investigating a case if they have time to, or if they have the manpower to actually prosecute it and bring criminal charges against these bad actor contractors. Wage theft schemes. Here are a few schemes that these bad actor contractors use to cheat their workers. Underpayment of wages and misclassification of workers. Misclassification of workers is when a contractor classifies a worker performing another craft's work and pays them a wage below what the established prevailing wage is for it. For example, they have a person listed as a laborer, running a piece of equipment or performing operating engineer work. Operating engineers' pay scale is higher, laborers is lower. It's misclassification underpayment of wages. Also, if they classify them as an independent contractor and pay them a flat rate for the work that they're performing. Rainy day and supplemental unemployment insurance accounts. This is a huge scheme on the fringe benefit side of things, and I could spend, along with my colleagues here, literally 8 hours talking about fringe benefit scams. Supplemental unemployment insurance is one of the big ones. What they do is if a worker works 80 hours in a week or 50 or 60, they're going to bank that overtime and tell the worker, I'm going to hold this overtime for you in another account. So in the wintertime or when there's a lack of work, we're going to supplement your weekly salary with it. On public works, that's illegal. Under California Labor Code, that's illegal. Workers need to be paid for the work they perform in a day, in a given week, including overtime. One other thing I'd like to talk about on those is not only are these things illegal, these supplemental unemployment insurance scams, but they also are completely controlled by the employer 90% of the time. The employer puts caveats in there that if there's a separation of employment of any type, that money stays with the employer. Again, also illegal. Also, as we've heard earlier, is, what was the word she used? A conspiracy, right? Because it takes the owner of the company, takes their payroll, it takes the person overseeing and administrating the benefits, the person setting up the account, so on and so forth. The last thing they do is that we're going to talk about is underreporting of manpower. This occurs when a contractor says on their certified payrolls, I had 3 people on the job that day, 3 workers out there. When you were out there that day and you saw 6 people out there performing work on the project. And like I said, there are many, many more schemes they use. The effects of the underground economy on the workers, it creates an inability for them to provide properly for their family, for themselves. It drives the families and the workers into poverty, lowers the benefits and lack thereof. For example, health and welfare benefits. Most of these contractors who perform this work that are doing this kind of scam do not provide any kind of medical benefits or very little medical benefit for their employees. Lack of worker or substandard workers' compensation insurance, and last but not least, unsafe and unfit working conditions. If you're going to cheat your workers, you're going to cheat everywhere else. You're going to cheat on your health and safety. You're not going to have proper PPE for the workers. You're not going to follow proper OSHA guidelines when it comes to work out there. It's not uncommon to see people digging in a ditch with no shoring or no access in or out of the ditch when they're in there. The effects of the underground economy on the workers continued. Again, another excerpt from the Economic Policy Institute, and I know people hate when people read, but I cannot commit this all to memory today. Since analysis shows that $3.24 billion in stolen wages was recovered from workers from 2017 to 2020 by the United States Department of Labor, state agencies, and class action litigation. However, it's critical to remember that this statistic is not representative of all wages set in the United States, as federal and state recovery continue to lag, and the vast majority of workers will never file a claim to recover stolen wages. For example, in a study done by, and I forget her first, Christina, I think it's Christina Eslin, the black hole of mandatory arbitration estimates that 98% of low-wage private sector non-union employees subject to forced arbitration do not file a wage claim when their wages are stolen. And those are scary facts. If 98% of workers are not filing claims, we can estimate that $7 billion number is substantially larger. This came from a study by EPI in 2015. It came out in, I think, 2017. But if you just take a look at California, in 2015, our minimum wage was $9 an hour. Total minimum wage eligible workers in California was 14.5 million. Number of workers who filed a claim was 590,000. Of that 590,000, the average weekly wages received was $213. The average underpayment of those workers was $54 for annual underpayment of $2,800 a year, which represented about, it was $3,400 a year, wrong line. And for that average out to about 22.3% of underpayment of their annual salary, for a tune of just under $2 billion of underpayment for those workers who actually filed a claim in California. And that is the end of it. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll hand it over to our next speaker.
Can you hear me? Any questions for Mike? I know I have some. Okay, and then Maria made it. So glad, Maria. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Lisa Carreño. And what are you guys laughing at? Rambunctious table over there. What's going on?
Hello, everyone. Let's see if we can get this to work. Well, I'm going to actually ask your team to operate the slideshow for me just to expedite the program. and make it easier on me. That way I don't have to multitask. Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa Carreño. I'm the president and CEO of United Way of the Wine Country. And today, my role on this panel is to kind of help humanize the economic realities that are experienced by people who are victims of wage loss. You might wonder why this is important to United Way of the Wine Country. You probably know United Way because of our workplace campaigns and some of the community impact work that we do here in Sonoma County. We're the administrator for 211 Sonoma, 24/7, and during emergencies and disasters like earlier this week. Go-to resource for information and referral through our website, 211 Sonoma, by texting 211-211, and by calling our call center. In addition, we operate a 5-county-wide free tax assistance coalition called Earn It, Keep It, Save It. So a few of you maybe have been partners, have been volunteers, maybe have even been clients. We just finished our tax season and we assisted over 6,000 households. And we did hear wage theft stories from a number of our clients in our office down the street at United Way. Here's why it's important, and keep this number in mind as I show you what the real cost of living is in Sonoma County shortly. The average adjusted gross income for the households we assisted during this tax season was $23,134. The average, okay? So how much does it cost to struggle in Sonoma County? That's what I'm gonna show you. Next slide, please. The Real Cost Measure Report is produced by United Ways of California, our overarching membership organization, and the 29 United Ways that are active across the state, like United Way of the Wine Country. Our region is from here to the Oregon border, and includes Sonoma, Lake, Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte counties. The reason we like this measure is because it factors in all of these costs that you hear here on the screen. And if we'll go to the next slide, I'll explain why this is important. There's plenty of poverty above the poverty line. The poverty line was established during the Johnson administration, like almost 60 years ago or 60 years ago. And it is literally the calculation of 3 carts of groceries. That's it. It doesn't include all of these other costs. So if we'll go to the next slide, I'll show you what we include in the real cost measure. You know that 3 carts of groceries is nothing compared to paying for housing, paying for food, of course, childcare, healthcare, transportation, basic needs, and paying taxes. That's what the real cost measure methodology includes. And this data is publicly sourced data. Anybody can get access to this. And you're going to be receiving this PowerPoint presentation, which has links to the real cost measure page. And there's a really fun interactive capacity to it where you can put any combination of who's in the family, how many adults, how many kids, and figure out what the real cost is, not just for the state, but for any county in the state of California. So Let's go on to the next slide and get down to the numbers. The real cost of living in Sonoma County. So the first thing you should know is that there are an estimated 155,000 households in this county. I've gone ahead and put all the information up for our region because that is our catchment area. But in Sonoma County, the focus of our thoughts and concerns today, there are nearly 39,000 households living below the real cost measure. That's 25% of our community. Next slide, please. And here's what it looks like to struggle in Sonoma County. For the average family of four, 2 adults, 2 children, 1 in school, 1 in childcare. The average cost of living here is $97,000 and change. The income gap for the average family is $50,000. And that's based on looking at families that have income earners, 2 income earners who are earning minimum wage. And the minimum wage, Maria, I know this will horrify you, is being calculated for this report at $13 an hour, not $15 an hour. So the gap is real. These numbers came out in March of this year, and they reflect the data that was available for doing this report, which is lagging probably by 2 years and doesn't account for what's going on in our economy and our local marketplace at this time. So next slide, please. We'll look at how the real costs break down in Sonoma County. So here's the real cost, $97,000, as I said a moment ago. Housing on average is about $23,000. Childcare, and again, this is for 1 kid, $19,000. So I'm 61, and I'll just tell you that that $19,000 figure for childcare accounts for I think all of my tuition when I was in undergraduate school back in the early 80s, and then some. Childcare for 1 child, $19,000. Healthcare, almost $10,000. Food, almost $12,000. Transportation, almost $11,000. Miscellaneous, $7,500. Taxes, almost $14,000. And I think these are low estimates, as I say, because the data, the publicly sourced data, is trailing what our lived experience is right now, right? So let's go to the next slide. Who is this affecting? Who's struggling in Sonoma County? Next slide, please. Most importantly, I mean, we've talked a little bit about how wage theft affects workers, but let's broaden the scope of our conversation for a moment and talk about how poverty, economic struggle affects children. Over 54% of households in California with children under the age of 6 are struggling to make ends meet. Over half of young children in California are struggling with poverty and the trauma that goes along with a family that is struggling to pay its bills, that is housing insecure, housing unstable, unhoused, that doesn't know for sure whether or where its next meal will come from, that is struggling with health costs, with the costs of transportation. I mean, just the cost of crossing the bridge, if you pay a toll to go to work every day, that has an impact. Next slide, please. Importantly, parents, single parents are especially affected. 70% of single moms and 50% of single dads live below with their children the real cost of what it takes to live in Sonoma County. Next slide. 16% of seniors, 56% of immigrants without legal status. Importantly, asset limited, income constrained, employed people. 96% of the almost 40,000 people who live in Sonoma County, 40,000 households that are here in Sonoma County living below the real cost have at least one working adult. 96% have at least one working adult. By race and ethnicity, we'll look at the next slide. More than 1 in 2 Latinx families, 45% of African American and Black families, 44% of Native American families, 30% of Asian Pacific Islander families, and 23% of Caucasian families. Next slide. So why this matters from United Way's perspective is because we are the members of this community. And to me, and for us, I think, we're the ones who ought to be setting, establishing, and holding the standard. Not just because it's against the law, but because it violates everything that I think most of us stand for and value around the human dignity of people who work hard and are providing for their families, around just the fairness of earning and being paid for an honest day's work, and the compassion. Where is the compassion in wage theft and denying people the resources that they've earned and that they need to provide for their families? So that's it. That's what the real cost is here in Sonoma County. Are any of you surprised by the data that I just shared? No, thank you, Madonna. I was saying, and I'll refrain from the profane explicatives I used during the break. To me, the folks who are engaged in wage theft as a part of their business model and are violating state and federal law in order to be profitable at the expense of the people they employ, they're the real sociopaths. There's a ripple effects that are felt across the outcomes of their behavior. It's not just the impact on those workers and their children. As you heard Mike share, it affects all of us, right? And the reason it affects us actually is because these folks who desperately need support, we're their safety net. All of us are their safety net. We are subsidizing the wage theft. And that just is unconscionable to me, really unconscionable to me. So before I start cussing, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Carla so she can introduce our next presenter.
Testing, testing. While we wait for the presentation to be pulled up. Oh, okay, it's ready. Thanks again, everyone, for having me. Ana, my name is Ana Hurtado Aldan. I'm the Community Outreach and Resource Planning Specialist for the Department of Labor Wage and Hour Division out of the San Jose District Office. We do have offices in San Francisco and Walnut Creek, and I did want to take a quick moment to give a shout out to our Assistant District Director, Alberto Raymond, who's sitting in the back. If you could stand up and wave. Leading an amazing team out in Walnut Creek and San Jose, and they're covering all of this territory out in Sonoma County. I also want to give a shout out to Rio, our investigator, Rio Luben Molina, who's actually very rooted in the Santa Rosa community. I encourage you all to come up to them at some point today, get to know them, exchange business cards. They're the friendly faces of Wage and Hour that you should know, and have their information in your back pocket, because hopefully you won't need it, but let's face it, that's why we're all here today. So still waiting for my presentation, but basically what I'm here to do is share a little bit about our agency, what it is that we do, some of the different ways that we encounter wage theft in our investigations, and some real life examples of cases that we've worked in our district. And so our district covers Monterey County up to the Oregon border, along the coast, so all the Bay Area counties. And we do a variety of outreach, but also enforcement in various industries. So I'll keep going. No worries. And just keep in mind that this presentation is a public service. I'm not an attorney, but please refer to our Code of Federal Regulations and our Federal Register as your official source of legal guidance. And I'm getting ready to skip to slide 3. But with that, so the mission of the Wage and Hour Division is to enforce various labor standards, including wages, including conditions of work for workers in the U.S., including migrant workers, including guest workers who are working in the U.S. Through our Immigration and Nationality Act visa programs. And in the next slide, I'll discuss some of the different laws that we enforce. This includes the Fair Labor Standards Act, which covers employees, so not to be confused with contractors, but we do make sure that sometimes, employers will misclassify workers as independent contractors. In reality, there are conditions that truly this contractor is an employee. So employees are covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act. We also enforce the Family and Medical Leave Act, which many of you may be familiar with, granting employees of companies with 50 or more employees the right to take job protected leave. We have the Migrant and Seasonal Agricultural Worker Protection Act, which is protecting workers performing duties on a farm or for a farm. Again, the temporary worker programs, the H-2A, H-2B, and H-1B visa programs. We also have government contracts, SCA and Davis-Bacon, offering protection such as the ones that Mike mentioned earlier on the state level, but protections for workers performing government-funded work, either construction or services such as janitorial. And lastly, the Pump Act is very important because, the expansion of this protection to nursing mothers in the workplace doesn't stop in the office. It includes workers in agriculture, and there's many different ways that employers can get creative to comply with this. But these are all some of the various acts that we enforce. These are some of the protections that are offered to workers under these laws. So payment of minimum wages and overtime, that is for all hours worked, whether you were required to come in early before your shift starts or you're required to stay late beyond your shift. Those are all compensable hours that must be recorded by employers and paid properly. We have standards for youth employment, not only hours requirements, how many the maximum amount of hours that minors can work depending on their age, but also the type of duties that they can perform that, are considered, there's restrictions against them doing jobs that are considered hazardous. So our priority with youth employment is making sure that, yes, minors should be given the opportunity to gain these important skills in the workplace, but we want to make sure that they're doing so safely. Job protections for time taken for the birth of a child or caring for sick family members under FMLA. Housing and transportation standards for farm workers. So we do go out and conduct housing and transportation inspections. We'll visit the housing sites. We'll make sure housing is up to standard, up to local code, but also ensure transportation is safe. And I can't tell you how many times we wish we didn't have to retell the story of the latest accident, farm labor vehicle involved accident, fatalities, and somebody wasn't wearing a seatbelt, or the tires were bald, or the driver wasn't licensed or wasn't registered properly. A lot of issues that could be prevented. And so a lot of the work that we do with our outreach is preventative. Payment of prevailing wages, wage rates for federally funded construction and service contract work, standards for hiring and paying workers temporarily in the U.S. under H-2A, H-1B, and H-2B visas. So while working in the U.S., they're granted the same protections. And all too often, we see that these workers are also taken advantage of. For various reasons, employers might promise, hey, if you give me this amount of money, I'll promise you'll come back next year for the next season. Various ways that employers will take advantage and commit wage theft under this guise of, I'll make sure that you're able to come back again. Lactation accommodations for nursing mothers, another very important one, because, all too many times workers will experience retaliation for trying to assert their rights to express breast milk in the workplace. Any type of reduction of hours, any type of retaliatory action against these workers, they can qualify, or I'm sorry, they can, under an investigation of the Wage and Hour Division, could potentially receive back wages, wages that they lost due to the retaliatory actions against them. So all of these different things that we find in our investigation, we see wage theft manifested in different ways. So if employers are asking workers, that they have to pay a certain fee for mandatory uniforms, for any type of required materials, tools for the work, those are very common, especially in agriculture, in retail, when employers are requiring uniforms, that, if there's a fee for that, that's very likely an unauthorized deduction, AKA wage theft. And so those are different things that we find in our investigations, and we just, during our investigation, we do try to educate employees when we go out to interview them, and making sure that they also are aware it's not just fact gathering, it's also educational in the process, because a lot of times they don't know that they weren't supposed to pay for that uniform, or that the employer was actually supposed to provide the shears that they're using to prune out in the field. So just some various ways that we encounter these issues out in the field. I think this slide was supposed to be a reminder that we also do not look at immigration status. That is not something that we also care about. We do want to be mindful, though, if we do encounter workers that are undocumented, that we're able to identify them in the payroll if they're on the payroll. Sometimes, names could be used differently, and so we need to make sure that we can match their hours. That's the only reason. Sometimes it might be helpful to know, but we're not going to document that anywhere in our interviews. We try to keep that information safe and away from our investigation. We won't ask we will definitely not ask about status. So here are some numbers. We definitely do our best to target our directed work towards industries that are low wage industries. And, a lot of times we don't get complaints from certain industries like agriculture for very obvious reasons. But we try to do our best to target our directed enforcement work, which means, work that is not derived from a complaint, to these industries. And these include healthcare. And so these numbers are representative of fiscal year 23, back wage findings nationwide. And that's $31.8 million for workers in healthcare. That's something like care homes, residential care facilities, 35.5 million for workers in construction, 6.8 million for workers in agriculture, more than 8.3 for retail workers, more than 29.6 million for workers in food service. And I want to asterisk that because that's the industry where we find a lot of our child labor violations. And I'll get to child labor numbers in a second. And lastly, over $12 million for workers in building services, and that can be janitorial, that can be security, and that can be landscaping, for example. But a lot of these numbers that you see up here, a lot of this work we could not do by ourselves. We definitely count on the support of our partners, our community stakeholders, our MOU partners like Sonoma County DA, our Mexican consulate partners. It really does take a community to rally around other folks who may not have the resources or the information to even understand that, they've been a victim of wage theft. And so in the spirit of spreading information, I just wanted to put our Youth Rules website up here. It does have a lot of great resources for young workers, for parents, for educators, for employers, because these are the people that are going to be around these young workers the most. And, we reach out to high schools, to school districts. We present directly to the minors, especially juniors and seniors. Some of them are in work experience classes, and they're getting some credits to go out into the field and get some job experience. And I'll give a quick example of a complaint or a child labor case that was derived from a complaint based on these stakeholder relationships. And so a few years ago, we had a work experience coordinator reach out and say, hey, I have this student, they're supposed to turn in time cards to me as proof of, they're actually going to work, and that's, in turn for their credits. But this student is telling me their employer is not giving them a time card because they're classified as independent contractors. So they're not employees, and the employer's not keeping track of their hours. So I said, oh, interesting. Who is this? So of course we send out a team of investigators, and we learned that this startup, which, they came into business at the height of the pandemic. They saw a need, and it was, on-demand gig economy. Basically hiring minors to use their own vehicles to transport goods, similar to like a DoorDash, directly to the households of the clients. And so a lot of these minors were 16, 17. I think we found about 100 of them that were driving cross county. They were going all across the bay delivering goods. And also helping to package these goods and then deliver them. Things such as groceries, flowers, just the typical thing that we needed during the pandemic. And, it was just, driving for a 16-year-old is not permitted. It's considered a hazardous occupation. And, this employer kind of dug their heels in, and we're like, well, we didn't know, plus they're independent contractors, but we're like, well, you're making their schedules, they're coming into your warehouse. There was all these factors that really, in this case, the employees their schedule and their work was directly supervised and controlled by the employer. So that was one kind of, maybe the employer wasn't too aware of the laws. But one case you may be familiar with, and not too far from here, anybody familiar with the subway case around here? I see a lot of heads nodding. So Subway was a case that, you know, we have a 14 location employer, a franchisee, hiring minors, hiring adults as well, but, you know, having workers come in way beyond their shifts, working excessive hours, a lot of minors working excessive hours, performing hazardous occupations using meat slicers. We had several who were injured on the job, and a lot of them received not blank checks, that would be amazing. They received checks without funds. And so what that means is a lot of them, after having received multiple checks without funds, you know, their bank accounts get closed on them. That, you know, takes a toll on their credit score. They may not know the implications of that now because they're so young, but, you know, years down the line, they're going to realize, you know, what really happened as a result of, you know, their employment with this this bad actor employer. And so we have a few press releases out there. If you do a Google search, Subway DOL, you'll see that this was one of the first cases in DOL history where we were able to mandate that the employer close their doors. That's typically not something we do. And one of our solicitors of litigation will be on a panel later today. He can tell you more about it. But that was, in a way, one major success for us. Another case in the Bay Area, Popeyes, and I want to give a shout out to Maria because her organization helped these minors who are working excessive hours go on strike and shut down their location. As a result, our DL investigation found there was minors who were working under the legal age of employment, working excessive hours up to midnight, 1 a.m. sometimes, and were not being paid proper overtime. So as far as some child labor numbers, in fiscal year 23, we concluded 955 investigations that identified child labor violations affecting nearly 5,800 children nationwide. And so penalties were assessed for these violations, which exceeded $8 million. And these penalties are increasing and they increase every year. So this is just to give you an idea of the scale of what we're seeing. We're definitely seeing more and more cases. And, you know, in other parts of the nation, child labor laws are retracting and there's less of them. And, you know, unfortunately, they might see a lot more minors working hazardous occupations. We don't know what that's going to look like, but this is kind of my call to the community to just be the eyes and ears for us as well. Child labor cases are something that we prioritize. We'll drop everything and go and open this case and make sure that minors are safe in the workplace. Another priority industry for us is agriculture. I wanted to give a shout out to our I team who put this page together last year for Labor Rights Week. This is the trabajadormigrante.gov. It's in Spanish. And if you scroll through the site, there's a ton of resources, issue specific. There's a great menu that kind of points people in the right direction. And you know, as I mentioned earlier, wage theft in agriculture is very common, whether it's MISPA or whether it's H-2A. That's definitely a priority industry for us as well. And lastly, I wanted to show you all the PUMP website. This is another new website, part of the DOL Wage and Hour site. And, you know, you'll find some resources here, fact sheets, and a link to state laws as well. Some states, California, sometimes have higher protections than the federal. So it's a great resource to point people in the right direction. And just to give another, if you take a picture of this, the QR code will take you back to that website and our wage and hour site. But a lot of information out there. Again, I'm gonna ask my my leadership, Alberto, and my colleague Rio, who's in the room, to join me and help me with spreading this information. It's a lot of work. There's never enough time to really, you know, get out there and spread the word, but we do what we can. And feel free to take down my information. Our district office phone number and our website is up on this slide as well. We want to be a resource to everybody, and we're so thankful that we had the opportunity to come here and share a little bit about what we do and what we see. And, you know, we're open to working with our community partners, and we really want to spread these partnerships and really kind of increase our footprint in the area. So we appreciate all of you for taking an interest in the symposium and being here today, and we hope to work with all of you at some point. So thank you very much.
Speaker is Maria Maldonado, who has been working on behalf of fast food and restaurant workers since 2015. She is a force to be reckoned with. So just in summary, from Mike Pickens, we've learned how our underground economy just really affects the entire state. It affects us locally and reduce safety net, reduce resources. Lisa Carreño was talking about how hard it is for families in Sonoma County with real data, real numbers. And Anna, you know, this affects children and adults, seniors, mothers, fathers, of all industries. We're all being affected by this. And I really wanted Maria to talk to you because she has witnessed horrific living conditions, tough times for fast food workers, which are a huge part of our workforce, and to just congratulate her also. So here's Maria Maldonado.
And I was very excited to be here this morning, but then I wasn't that excited when I was running. I got stopped by the police, but so what they started to help me. I said, "Oh my God, I'm gonna be a little bit late," but she said, "Don't worry, you made it." And then I got excited again because the most important is that I want to share what is going on in the fast food industry, right? Probably many people know how bad it is, but sometimes people really don't know. Sometimes when I share with my husband and he says, "Really? Those things happening? Are you sure?" How people doesn't speak up, and I have an answer for that, right? How does wage theft affect fast food workers? In a recent survey, 85% of California fast food workers say they have experienced some form of wage theft. 85% is huge. This has a huge impact on women and immigrants that make up the majority of the workforce in our state. And there are real consequences for workers, their families, and our communities. Wage theft weakens the economic stability. Some workers, just like facing wage theft, they can be on the line. They're already on the line of poverty. So they are not gonna be able to pay rent, to feed their families. More than half of fast food workers live in a below poverty line. For example, Maria Bernal in Sacramento, she was working 2 shifts and she was paying rent all the time, very late, because they asked her to work with 2 names. She never got paid. Working 16 hours, you think like even with minimum wage, you're supposed to be able to pay rent. She ended living in a car with her kids. How it affects her kids, she still, until now, she says she felt guilty for not being able to speak up because she ended living in a car and sometimes in a hotel. And it affects your family. The way that she sees, like, I was working so hard, I'm supposed to be able to provide for my family. And it's so heartbreaking that those corporations don't think about them. Of course, they are not gonna do that, right? We have a few examples where during the pandemic, it was the worst time, right? We have been talking about wage theft, sexual harassment, different things in the industry. But during the pandemic, there were workers working 8 hours, getting paid only 4 hours because they wanted to be loyal to their employer. We found out that this employer from Subway, he got $200,000 from government. But she was accepting that the workers worked 8 hours and got paid 4 hours. Who does that? I'm gonna start cursing like Lisa said. we have another example like Anna Nande got very sick with her family, and she was requesting to get paid for the quarantine. She got paid, and the manager told her that she needs to pay back the money, the $1,000, because someone worked for her during the hours that she was sick, so she had to pay back. So who does that? Like only those in those places happen because why? And this is the answer, because why waste is so prevalent in fast food? Waste in fast food comes down to corporate greed and control. Corporate is making so much money, squeezing the franchises that they have to, what they want to do? They don't stand up to the corporations. They exploit the workers. It's easier to exploit the workers stealing from sick leave, lunch, they have to get up and work during lunchtime. They are very, very creative how to steal from workers. They don't care. So because in the franchises, I feel bad for them, but they don't stand up for the corporation. They have to pay rent and a lot of fees, but they choose to exploit the employees, and it's not right. So the easiest way that they can cut corners and save money is skirting labor law and ultimately exploring the workers. Wage theft is just one example of how workers' well-being is thrown out of the window. We also see franchises fail to abide by health and safety and standards too. Many times they don't turn on the air conditioner. Those are basic needs, right? It's 100 degrees outside. They need to turn on the air conditioner. They say they don't have money. They have to work under these conditions. So all those things happen in this industry. And in fast food, more than 80% of workers do not know about their rights or how to report violations that they experience on the job. If such a prevalent problem goes unreported, it becomes very difficult to end or prevent. So most of the workers don't know about their rights. We are trying to pass legislation in San Jose and also in Los Angeles, but they are lobby visiting the council members and everything. They are putting so much money to stop the workers to pass legislation to know about their rights. Why do you don't want that your workers know about their rights? Because they're still making a lot of money stealing from the workers. When they know about their rights, they can file a complaint like Anna was sharing about Popeyes, right? Exploring minors, 13 years old. The organizer couldn't go to get a signature from the parents. I have to go to their house, and I found out these kids, 13 years old, that was living with her sister. So how they are not gonna know that those are minors, that they shouldn't be working 12 hours during a weekday when they have to go to school. Many kids don't go to school, just keep working here during the pandemic. You don't have to go to school, but I have to be on the computer. So they don't have limits. They continue exploring the workers, and they need to know about their rights. So one of the solutions that we are proposing is like pass legislation where the workers can learn about their rights, and that is going to stop because they find many ways to steal from them, asking them to work with different names too. And they said, really, how did you can do that? They just said, come to work. Just here, your name now is Pedro. They just do that. I don't know how they evade the law, but they know how to do it, right? Is one of the solutions. Also, worker power and voice. The state recently established a statewide fast food council where worker voices are represented at a table with employers. Workers now have the ability to shape improvements around their pay, working hours, and working conditions. At the council, they can also call for investigations into issues like wage theft, so the council can figure out ways to solve this problem in a way that is beneficial to frontline workers and business owners. So finally, the workers are going to have a voice. I'm very proud to be part of this council. It's going to be employers, it's going to be agencies of the government, and 2 employees. So they are the experts. They're going to come with solutions. They're going to speak up. And finally, the employers are going to be forced to listen to them. And someone asked me, and do you believe that things are going to change with this council? I wouldn't be wanted to be part of this council if I wouldn't believe that things can change. If they don't want to do the right thing, we're going to force them to do the right thing. In some way, they have to. And as I was saying, the Know Your Rights training is part of the solution, and also adequate staffing and funding for our state agencies. Workers have scored incredible wins by working through the Labor Commissioner's Office on wage theft cases. We have been submitting complaints, have been successful, but it's very difficult to go with striking and filing complaints. And also the Labor Commission has a lot of cases to take care of it, right? Like the agencies need also more staff, I believe, we believe. Incorporate accountability. As I mentioned earlier, parent companies or the big fast food corporations that run the industry have created the conditions where wage theft has become the norm. We need to find ways to keep them on the hook as well, so they share responsibility for running safe and complaint stores in our state. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thanks, Maria. I have people texting me questions for our panelists, but does anyone in the audience have a question for Mike, Lisa, Anna, or Maria right now? Did you actually get a ticket? How fast were you going? I didn't read her rights, so it doesn't count. Okay, I have a question for Ana Hurtado. What about, so we're discussing wage theft and how it's ingrained in various industries, but as it relates to complete job loss, not just wage loss, under the H-2A programs, what rights do local farm workers have to report their job loss under the H-2A program? Is everyone familiar with the H-2A program? It's a federal program where farm workers are brought to our county, work the vineyards, they get a temporary visa. Am I explaining this correctly? So what rights do they have to report job loss under the H-2A program? I'll come to you.
So I'm not sure what they mean by job loss, but for those who are not familiar, the H-2A program is a temporary visa worker program that allows employers to supplement the local workforce, not replace it. So one of the requirements to participate in the H-2A program is, employers must attest that, they've done their due diligence to recruit locally, and they just cannot fulfill their labor requirements. And so that's one of the requirements in order for them to participate in the program. So I'm not sure what the question specifically meant.
He wants to know how many cases of job displacement have been investigated by the Department of Labor.
So we definitely do get that type of complaint. And when it comes to job displacement, it means the displacement of the local worker. I can't give you numbers. I'm not prepared to give numbers on the amount of cases that we've done, but that's definitely an issue that we do find. And one thing that we remind workers here locally is that if you worked for a company and the following season they don't call you back, but they bring in a whole team of H-2A workers, one of their requirements was they need to invite previous season workers back. And if they didn't, that would be a violation of the H-2A program. And so that's a type of complaint that we would look into. And so that's one of the provisions that protects the local workforce independently of their immigration status. They don't have to be citizens. If they live in the US and they worked in the previous season, they should be invited to return the following season as well.
And just a reminder for everyone, under the Penal Code 487M, employers include people who hire independent contractors. So you can't really just, let's say you hire a wine management company. It looks at independent contractors, it treats them as employees. It doesn't matter if they're an independent contractor or a full employee. The law is really expansive and is designed to address multiple employment scenarios. So just wanted to point that out. I want to thank our panelists for being here and really showing us the stark reality of what we're dealing with and how pervasive this issue is and how it affects people from all industries. So one more round of applause, please, for our panelists. So I am here with Alejandro Lazo. Where's his biography? When I was learning about wage theft and getting up to speed on how it affects communities. Is your speeding ticket in that backpack? You can't lose that. I stumbled across a series, 8-part series, in Cal Matters. I love Cal Matters. They have data. They take you to websites that have data. And they had an 8-part series on wage theft. And at the time, Alejandro was part of their California Divide team that we'll get into. And he contributed to many of these articles. And they talked about wage theft overall, how it affects California, what are some of the local resources. They looked at a case involving car wash industry. But I highly recommend that you read the articles. They were very well done. And of course, once you start reading the articles, you start going to all the various websites where they get their data, and you can get lost in your computer for about 10 hours, but you'll learn a lot. So I'm so glad he's here. Thank you so much for being here. And let's give him a round of applause. We only have one microphone that feeds to our Zoom, so I'm going to just ask you a couple questions and let you answer. Alejandro, who are you and how did you come to the topic of wage theft?
Oh, thank you very much. And yeah, thanks for the introduction. It's really kind of you to say all of that. I was going to start by kind of asking the room a little bit about, who individually here has worked with somebody who's experienced wage theft, but I'm kind of getting the vibe that like everybody here in the room would probably raise their hands. So I thought of a different question on, so is anyone here in the room read a story about wage theft that really stuck with them or walked away, in journalistically in the media? Just show of hands, I'm just kind of curious. Oh, that's good. That's great. So, the reason I asked that question is just because I'm a journalist, and so I'm interested in journalism and stories and how people get interested, how stories can get people interested in public policy and whatnot. So yeah, my name is Alejandro Lazo. I work for Cal Matters. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan newsroom. We cover politics and policy in the state of California. We're not a very old organization. I've worked for news organizations that are like 100+ years. We're just like 8-9 years. We have a different model. We're trying to sort of fill the void because I'm sure everybody here has heard about how the news industry has just like been tanking for the last 2 decades or so, and that kind of seems to continue unabated. We've got this new, the nonprofit model trying to develop a donor and a foundation model approach where we're not, a corporate newsroom is something new, and we're hoping it works out. But anyway, until that question is answered, I'm here and working for Cal Matters. I joined in January of 2022, and I joined the California Divide team, which had the mandate of covering inequality in the state of California. And mostly newsrooms are typically organized by subject matter, by beat. Like you might have somebody covering criminal justice, and so talk to you a whole bunch. Or now I cover the environment. I'm the climate reporter for Cal Matters. But when I joined, we joined this team that had this mandate of covering inequality. So this sort of theme. So naturally, we had to figure out what we were going to write about. And I got a press release sent to me about a car wash case in Torrance, California, and I thought it was interesting because it was announced that a car wash in Southern California had been fined a certain amount of money, and seemed like an interesting thing, and certainly within our realm to write about. And so I suggested that our Los Angeles reporter, who was on our team, Lil Kalesh, who now works for the Huffington Post, I said, well, hey, Lil, this seems like a pretty good story for us. Why don't you write it? It's in your jurisdiction or whatnot. And they said, great. Lil said, great, and tried to write the story. The problem was Lil immediately ran into a wall where they couldn't interview any of the workers. And so Lil tried, Lil called the Clean Car Wash campaign, which was one of those labor centers that worked with workers, educating them of their labor rights and supporting them and whatnot. And they said, well, we can't we can't have these workers speak to you just yet, because even though there's been this citation made and we've got this press release out, there's still a very long appeals process that's going to undergo, and we don't want these workers to jeopardize their chance for justice. And we said, oh, okay, well, that's interesting. And so we faced this initial roadblock to what we thought would be a sort of simple, straightforward story. And this whole series kind of just grew out of that, and sort of a story about how like a journalistic roadblock actually ended up becoming, a door that we walked through and entered, and we started exploring this subject of wage theft. And so we asked this group, the Clean Car Wash campaign, okay, well, we can't write about this particular case. What else you got for us? Because we need to write about something. And they said, well, we have actually some workers at another car wash, the Playa Vista Car Wash in Los Angeles. And this car wash had a citation against them for the largest wage theft case against a car wash in the state of California. They've been through the process. They're waiting for a settlement. But this case has stretched on for 3 years. And this happened over the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the workers that was a party to this case died after contracting COVID-19. We ultimately interviewed his wife and spoke to them about that. And so it was just this really kind of visceral and interesting story that we got into. So, but that is why we came to the subject of wage theft. We didn't know much about it, but the very topic or the very words sort of present a question in themselves. Like you say wage theft, and somebody immediately asks, well, what is that? I mean, unless you work in the industry or the field. And so I think that's what attracted us as a team journalistically to the idea that there was a question here. It certainly fell within the realm of this topic we were writing about, or this theme we were writing about, which was inequality. And there seemed to be more than meets the eye, and we can get into that a little bit more. But that's how we got started.
So once you somehow overcame your initial roadblocks in the investigation, and I think everyone here in this room knows that it's really hard to get victims to come forward and trust the system and to not be afraid of collateral consequences. How did you and your team approach the investigation?
Yeah, thanks. It was sort of two-part, right? The thing about wage theft and in particular the way it's investigated and the way that it's, I guess, pursued here and processed in California is that there is a public record. And there's plenty of data out there about these cases, how long they take. There are attorneys who do, of course, represent workers. There are these worker centers who were enormously helpful. There's the Labor Commissioner's Office, the Department of Labor, so on and so forth. So certainly there's sources that you can inform yourself, and there's plenty of data available worth analyzing. So we took the approach of sort of looking both at the databases that were available on a state level. We were particularly interested in how wage theft happens here in California, because we're a California publication. This is our mandate to cover California. So we took this data-oriented approach, like just analyzing, okay, how long does it, what are the laws on the books? How long should it take for a wage theft case, which is, a civil procedure, to be adjudicated? How long is it actually taking in real life for people? The Labor Commissioner's Office has a Bureau of Field Enforcement, which was a specialized team of attorneys in the Labor Commissioner's Office, and they took a sort of kind of industry-wide approach, and so they looked at sort of big cases at particular industries and at particular companies. They had a database that we were able to ask for and get through our public records law, so we analyzed some of that, and then there were a database of judgments, when somebody actually does go through the whole wage theft process, and then they come to the end and okay, great, you're going to get your wages back. There was a database of judgments that existed, and we found that often employers don't even pay when they have a judgment against them. So anyways, it was a series of databases that we could base stories off of, which helps when you're taking a journalistic approach, because you want to have findings and be able to make specific points. So that was great. But we also wanted to humanize these stories very much. And that was what was interesting for me. I wanted to tell the stories of workers who'd gone through this experience. There were very personal stories that we had the privilege of telling, and I think you just kind of want to convey as much as you can as a journalist, as a storyteller, on an emotional level, kind of what it's like to go through this. So that's very much how we approach the series. We kind of looked around through these databases to try and come up with just big takeaways, and then we were just interviewing and speaking with a lot of workers, and we were trying as much as we could to just fit the stories around our findings, or back and forth, or sometimes the stories would take us to new findings, and it was just really this interplay of both narrative and just concrete evidence.
I don't remember if you told me this, but did you do Public Records Act requests, or did you pull public records?
Yes, indeed. We use Public Records Act requests to get the databases that I was just going over and we were discussing. And we also were able to, through the Public Records Act request documents in the the sort of the adjudicative process the Labor Commissioner's Office had set up. So we were able to get some of those records. When these cases, when these company-wide cases, not the individual cases, but when these company-wide cases were brought, there was testimony, there was evidence, and so on, and so we're able to have access to some of that, and that really helped bolster the story. There also in the Playa Vista case, the one that we started off discussing. The employer was so allegedly like intransigent, or just was so non-compliant, however you want to phrase it, that the Labor Commissioner's Office actually had to go and file a lawsuit outside of their own process. And in that lawsuit, they had to kind of provide some of their testimony and evidence there, and that was extremely helpful for building that story. But yes, it was a combination of looking through cases, talking to workers, and then that Public Records Act was just absolutely invaluable because it allowed us, access to some of these government documents which we based our stories on.
We're using the term sociopaths for these people that don't don't pay their judgments that have been made against them. I guess bottom line is what did you learn? What were the main themes that you learned from your investigation? Where did it take you and what did you learn?
Yeah, so I think that just to step back for a minute, like a reoccurring theme in California, and I think anywhere in the U.S. or perhaps any in the world, is that there is often this gap between your ideals, and in this sort of in this context, when we're talking about ideals, we're talking about the laws that the government passes, to sort of enforce the ideas we have about our society. And there's just a gap between the laws and then the enforcement of those laws in a variety of different situations. And that very much proved to be the case when it came to what we were looking into when it came to wage theft, that there was long delays in terms of like what workers were legally supposed to, workers are supposed to get a judgment a judgment in their case in a certain amount of days, and we found that California was going well beyond that, and then we also investigated the reasons for that. There was a staffing issue at the labor commissioner's office. I believe the staffing issue still exists to this day. I discussed sort of that judgments finding that we found, that often employers don't pay even when they have a judgment rendered against them in an individual wage theft case. And we found a very extreme example of that, where an employer who was the owner of a hotel restaurant in Los Angeles had taken his worker, he hadn't taken his worker, but he at least appealed all the way to the Supreme Court at least once, if I'm remembering that story correctly. So just really kind of, here was a judgment that was rendered, like you stole this man's wages. Like we went through this sort of adjudicative process, a judgment was rendered, a judge decided this, and then like the appeals process just went on and on, and this poor guy, like immigrant from Mexico, labored for several years working in this hotel. It's just like provided all this evidence, still just didn't get his wages, and then finally, another theme of the story was just sort of looking into kind of the innovative approaches that California has taken. And I think that's worth saying that, we also spoke to a lot of experts nationally and about, wage theft and say what you will about the reality of sort of, trying to get justice for workers in this state. But, if you speak to national experts, they'll tell you, California really does go a long way towards trying innovative approaches to sort of stamping out this issue. So we looked into, the approach that the Labor Commissioner's Office has taken, partnering with these worker centers, such as the Clean Car Wash campaign that I mentioned earlier, and several others. And so we profiled that partnership, and basically that partnership involves the Labor Commissioner's Office working very closely with labor centers across California, and sort of really leaning on that, on those centers who have a closer connection with workers in the field to bring these more complicated, bigger cases. And we evaluated how that partnership was working out. So I think we just sort of found on a variety of different levels, that California was really sort of struggling with this very big issue. I mean, it's a very progressive state, as people like to know, but there's also a lot of inequality here. There are a lot of big employers, and it's a huge place. And this is a pervasive problem, not only in the US, but right here at home in this state, as I'm sure this entire audience knows. So I think overall, it was just an exploration of this issue for the public mainly. So when people ask the question, well, what is wage theft? They have a resource, they have somewhere to go, and they have maybe some sort of compelling stories to bring them into that topic.
So I heard collaboration from that answer, right? We need to collaborate. Is Samantha Rodriguez here? She runs the Great Day Labor Center, formerly run by Christy Lubin, Rio's mom. For how many years? How many years did your mom run it? No. I'm going to tell her that you didn't know how long she worked there. Collaboration is key. I think one of your articles touched upon how DAs don't like to handle wage theft claims. Is that how you wrote it? It made me really mad. But what was your finding there about, you know?
That one. And you're also testing my memory because it's been 2 years since this series was published. But if I remember correctly, it was something along the lines that, you know, while California had made wage theft a crime, it was much more than a civil infraction, a lot of district attorneys weren't bringing those kinds of cases. And I believe the article highlighted maybe 1 or 2 jurisdictions, maybe it was LA, where those cases were at least attempted to be brought. What else do you want to know about that story that I can't really remember? I probably should have read before.
No, it's fine. I'm teasing. Okay. One of my big takeaways was the length of the processes, not just that one case with the tortured appellate process that landed in the Supreme Court, but just the average length of filing a claim and waiting to get your wages. I think 505 days was the average claim you came up with.
Yeah, that's right. So so when an individual worker wants to file a claim against their employer, they can do so, through the state labor commissioner's office. And I forget the name of this exact process, but the idea was to make it, understanding that wage theft occurs among, low wage folks who often occurs among low wage folks who maybe don't have as much resources, can't hire an attorney, that this process was created so that they could, file a claim and have it adjudicated at the labor commissioner's office, and then, have a relatively fast judgment and get, some justice happen, relatively quickly. We looked into that process and we found, and this was at the time of our story, that this was between 2017 and 2021, that was the data set we analyzed, that the average case took about 505 days. The law says that it's supposed to be 120 days with a decision 15 days after that case being heard. So California was really, really behind in delivering the kind of justice that it had said it would or says it's going to on its books. As a result of some of this reporting, I think, and some other reporting on wage theft by KQED and the Los Angeles Times, who did a whole series on wage theft in a particular industry, and that's California's cannabis industry. The state auditor looked into these backlogs, and at the time they began looking into it, we noted in one of our stories that wage theft claims had hit a record, and some wait times had climbed past 800 days. So there was a big backlog in the labor commissioner's office, and that obviously was a sort of big subject of our investigation and our stories.
And we heard from Assemblymember Connolly, but there are laws being passed now. I know, I hear that the labor commissioner's office is has hired more people, that they're really trying to fix the backlog. But given how hard it is, it's hard on workers, it's hard on people trying to get their money. What were your takeaways in terms of why wage theft matters, why we need to collaborate together to address this problem that is so pervasive?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, just going back to the term wage theft, it's, I mean, you think like, you first you ask, what is that? And then you kind of explain, well, it's when an employer, doesn't give somebody the time off they're owed, or makes somebody wait in an alley 3 or 4 hours before they can start their shift, and then tells them to go home, and the opportunity to work was lost that day. And then people say, oh my God, that's crazy, that really happens. And you say, yes, you should go read the story I wrote about it. And so I think wage theft matters because there's just, this is sort of like a fundamental part of our society, right? Like you work and you get paid to work. I mean, you don't show up to work for fun. Like, and the people who this impacts and affects, often and not, at least in the state of California, we found, tend to be, immigrants and low-wage workers and people who might be taken advantage of, and also are dependent on that money, paycheck to paycheck, and also have family who are dependent on that money, in their countries of origin. And so the impact on the workers and then sort of society, I think, really makes it a ripe subject for, journalistic purposes. I also think it's kind of a window into this world of labor relations that is kind of hard to write about sometimes, and it can be a little bit difficult to do sort of stories about, because it's the employer-employee relationship, at times can be hidden. So for all those all those reasons, I think the subject of wage theft, writing about wage theft, investigating wage theft, and working with people who experience this is really, really important.
Did you approach this not only with the data that you got and the PRAs, but did you look at specific industries, or how did you reach individual people?
Yeah, we did not take a sort of industry by industry approach per se. I think it was sort of an educative process for us. We went where the stories took us, really, and where the data took us. And, we spoke to all sorts of people who, experienced wage theft. So we featured restaurant workers, fast food workers. We featured people who are in the janitorial services, and then obviously, and people in sort of like the hotel services, as we mentioned. And then obviously this the car wash industry, which had, a particularly interesting history in the city of Los Angeles. There was, UCLA did a lot of studies decades ago into sort of the exploitive practices of the car wash industry in LA, which was, interesting because, car washes are important in California. It's a sort of, got a very kind of California vibes, very LA vibes. And so that was interesting, to me, as a sort of kind of vehicle for telling a story. Also, the person who I featured, kind of heavily in that first story was a really interesting and sort of touching man named Antonio Dominguez. He had moved to Los Angeles from, a very rural part of Puebla, Mexico, where he'd never really seen cars that often, and he hadn't really, seen trucks but not like nice fancy cars. And he certainly never seen a car wash before. And so he was a day laborer in LA, and he was walking past this car wash, and he just loved the idea of being able to touch these cars, to detail these cars. And anyway, I just thought like his story in particular was just like really interesting. He was a fascinating character to spend a little bit of time with, and he really kind of underwent this transformation of sort of, exploited worker, you want to, to, kind of disillusioned and unhappy with what had happened to him, and then really kind of having found his voice and having sort of, finding his voice being part of this case against this car wash that we wrote about, but also, founding his own sort of worker, with the clean, alongside the Clean Car Wash campaign, but founding this sort of like worker-owned, forward mobile car washing company. And, that's kind of how that particular story ended with, him kind of washing cars with these, with fellow workers, justly and being paid justly. So no, we didn't take an industry specific approach, but certain ones just kind of jumped out because of the stories we heard coming out of them.
So the 8-part series is a little depressing. It's very depressing. Were there any positive takeaways other than the success story that you just mentioned, the empowerment of Alejandro? What was his name?
It was Antonio.
Did you reach any conclusions about what does work or what is necessary to address this problem?
Yeah, that's a good question. In terms of just sort of positive, any kind of positive outcomes, I mean, Antonio's story was very sad, and I think like physically you could see the sadness in his face, and sort of, the toll that working in this sort of outside with chemicals and, having been exploited for years upon years, and then later learning that you had been exploited and there was a limited number of things you could do about it. Like that's a very sad story, and it made me, it touched me. It did make me sad. That said, I did find his story and that theme of sort of empowerment and being able to kind of overcome and find your voice, even though you are new to this country, that maybe you had experienced exploitation before, that this understanding that you do live and work in a country that has laws on the books, and that those laws need to be respected no matter who you are. I found that theme to be an inspiring and interesting one. And I'm not sure really what works, other than I think people being educated about what does the law say, and where is my place in it, and not being afraid to say, I have a certain level of dignity and rights as a person, and also by extension as a worker. And I live in a country where, at least on paper, that's respected. So, I mean, I think really the bottom line is like, the laws are as good as people, use them, and they're as good as they are enforced, really. And I think that really was the main takeaway for me, doing this series.
Does anyone have any questions for Alejandro? Comments? Matt Miller, Carpenters Union. What's your question? Yell it and then I'll put it in the microphone. Wait, I'm gonna give you the microphone, Matt. This is kind of like a perp walk.
Thank you. It's wage claim adjudication. I was gonna say when you were saying what was the process, but also I really liked the article back when it was written. I think a lot of us that work in this field, it brought light to what we go through, and so I really appreciate that. But I didn't know if you knew, yesterday, the Joint Committee that performed the audit for the Labor Commissioner's Office, they met and like went over all this, and a lot of the information echoed what you had written.
Are things getting better?
Their hiring is, I think they're about 50%, what's it called? Vacancy, and they've got it up to about 67. Yeah, and then things are moving a little faster, but they're asking the Labor Commissioner's Office to do a lot with little. And so I think it's nice to see the legislature recognizing that and putting resources into that. That was all.
I don't keep up on what they're doing, so that's good news. Yay. Okay, Paul Gullickson, Sonoma County Communications.
Thank you. Alejandro, thank you for your work on this. I just wanted, sort of dovetailing on that question, I'm interested in what kind of response you've gotten since you've written this series. You've obviously raised awareness about this, but, and you know, forums like this are certainly helping along those lines, but I'm interested in what kind of response you've received.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it's well, the series published 2 years, or began publishing just about 2 years ago, and I would say the response is like it's been, you know, it's been ongoing. I think, you know, I'm not sure if there was immediate impact or immediate reaction. You know, I don't think any story we did sort of like resulted in kind of some big investigation or some big, you know, outside of, you know, a journalistic investigation, or, you know, people being thrown in jail or like wage theft being solved or anything like that, which, you know, sometimes happens with investigative journalism. Like there's this like story, direct cause, or story impact. But I do think a lot of journalism can just be like, you know, just you throw a rock into the stream, and you know the result is just, you know, the currents run a little bit differently, hopefully for the good. You know, I do think there's been more attention to the subject of wage theft. It could be in part of this series that we did. There's been more attention in the state legislature. It could be the work of you know, other journalists who have you know, covered this topic. I mentioned again, KQED did some great work the same year, and the Los Angeles Times also did you know, a series on wage theft in the cannabis industry, which was an incredible series. It was really, really, really impactful and interesting. And yeah, I think that's kind of the value. Being invited here, I consider that sort of an impact, just being able to talk about the work, meet new people. But I think the series, the purpose of it to some degree might be just that, like your experience. Okay, I'm not sure what this topic is exactly. It's outside of my realm of expertise. Here's the story with some resources. And it's both for the public and also, I think, for journalists as well, because you know, it serves as sort of, it's a place where you can build other stories off of this one. Okay, we know we have this body of journalistic knowledge that exists, so we can base more stories off of that. We can do more stories like it, and I think that's really been the reaction or the impact. I mean, you know, I once had Obama tweet one of my stories, and so that was like a really big deal. That did not happen with this story, but yeah, I mean, I do the work because you know, I try and I'm super interested in the stories themselves, and you know, I hope they do some good in the world. But you can never really know what's going to happen once you write something and you put it out in the world.
Hey, is Phil Barber still here? Phil, can you come up here for a minute? No, You did not win a new car, sorry. Or a washing machine. Phil did the subway story. Isn't this fun? Don't you love this? Can you come sit up here? Oh, Phil says he's going to charge me for his time. Tell us about the subway story that you cracked.
Thanks for the opportunity. Nice to hear your presentation. So I can't remember exactly when, but I want to say about a year and a half ago, a little less, we at the Press Democrat heard from a high school teacher in Petaluma who had initiated some class discussion about wages, how to balance a budget, getting by, and started hearing from several of his students that they had not been paid the wages that they were owed at Subway sandwich shops, not just one, multiple shops. And I started looking into that and spoke with some of those wage theft victims, all Latino, mostly teenagers, immigrant families, very vulnerable people, earning money to help their families pay the rent, help support younger siblings. And they were being stiffed by a Subway franchisee who it turns out owned about a dozen restaurants throughout the Bay Area. There were problems at all of them. He had been in trouble in the past for tax evasion. And as I looked into it, the scope of it grew and grew. There had been complaints filed with the labor commissioner. We got that information, and the Department of Labor eventually opened an investigation against this man whose name is John Mesa. And after their investigation, they ordered him, or they reached a settlement that ordered him to pay $1 million in owed wages, and they forced him to close or sell all of his Subway franchises. I don't entirely know the update to that. Like, I'm dying to know.
We're going to change the subject now. Great work. Was that satisfying as a journalist to write a story and then see a tangible result from it?
Yeah, that doesn't happen so much. Like, I'm proud of the work we do, and we feel like we're helping the community by shedding light on bad situations, but it's very rare to have that kind of tangible result to point to. So it was very satisfying.
Well, both of you, amazing work. Sorry I dragged you up here, Phil.
Thanks for coming up.
He dressed well, right? Everyone give Phil a round of applause. He looks good. Nice shoes. Thank you to Alejandro for digging in. Once again, I follow you now on Cal Matters. You guys do amazing work. And I learned from you, so thank you. From Alejandro, and then we'll break for lunch.
I just wanted to give a plug to my colleague Jeannie, who's still covering. I mean, I've started a new beat. I'm writing about climate and climate policy in the state of California. But my colleague Jeannie Kwong is still covering wage theft and wage theft issues at the state level. She had a conflict, so she couldn't be here today. But you know, if you have stories, you want to talk about this topic with somebody, please reach out to her. It's just Jeannie@calmatters.org. I'm sure she'd really appreciate it. Jeanne. So I think that's common spelling, but yeah, there's a couple different Jeannie spellings. You're right.
Jeannie analyzed their data, so Gina is in our slides. Like, you'll see her name in some of the slides because she did some of the graphs post PRA. Okay, so you guys are amazing. Let's give them one huge round of applause. We're going to break. Okay, guys, we're going to get started here. And time to take your seats. Paul Gullickson, sit down. Sit down. Okay. My bio. This is the part of the program where we're moving on that spectrum of simple wage theft, which is the simple theft of wages, obviously, to the area of labor trafficking. And Ryann discussed what the elements are of labor trafficking earlier. For prosecutors, we have to prove each element of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. 12 jurors need to agree on it. But labor trafficking and human trafficking is often misunderstood. And I think it's really important for the people here in this room to kind of learn more about it from survivors of trafficking. So I'm going to introduce our two speakers today, and hopefully we'll learn a lot from them, which will affect us in how we treat victims when we do our work. Rafael Bautista is the Vice Chair of the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking. He is a subject matter expert on human trafficking and a graduate of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services' first Human Trafficking Leadership Academy. With his expertise and real-life experience, he has helped and supported different organizations across the country and internationally in creating training programs, strategies, videos, and outreach materials for human trafficking awareness. As an active advocate, he has testified in support of bills that provide better services for survivors of human trafficking. The California Department of Social Services recognized Mr. Bautista as a leader in the fight against human trafficking in California. Mr. Bautista has shared his skills and expertise with fellow advocates and his fellow survivors, believing that no matter your race, culture, sexuality, or kind of trafficking, labor, or sex, all survivors of human trafficking deserve proper support. Let's give Rafael a round of applause. We have Megan Berger. She's a board member at Redemption House. I see the two EDs of Redemption House here. They assist survivors of trafficking. They're heroic. Megan Berger is a former first responder who now works in child abuse prevention. She also serves on the board of directors for Redemption House of the Bay Area, a nonprofit that runs a multifaceted program assisting survivors of human trafficking. She has degrees in criminal justice and behavioral science. Megan decided to work in public service after experiencing abuse as a child, being part of the foster care system, and experiencing labor trafficking in the black market cannabis industry for 5.5 years as a young adult. She fell through the cracks in the system after multiple visits to hospitals and multiple interactions with healthcare workers and law enforcement that did not result in the identification of human trafficking. So she decided to become a part of making improvements to the system to help other victims and to educate those who serve the public. She does public speaking and works to educate the community on human trafficking in their neighborhoods and local industries, with a focus on training law enforcement to investigate human trafficking with a trauma-informed approach. Let's give Megan a round of applause. So I'm going to ask Megan to start. I've heard Megan speak a couple times now, and it's just very compelling to hear her story and how she came to be trafficked. And it could happen to anyone, really, although we definitely see a lot of traffic victims from underserved populations. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Megan and ask her to share her story.
So I definitely had a lot of the risk factors that put people at risk for human trafficking, which is, involvement in the child welfare system. I had an incarcerated parent. My mother abused drugs. My mother was a firefighter, but she still had a drug addiction. And so, I was in and out of different babysitters' homes. She had several husbands. She got married several times. And so, working in child abuse prevention too, we know that the minute two biological parents split up and a step parent comes into the home, the odds of abuse go up like 10 times. And so that happened. I was part of that statistic. There was abuse by my mother's husband, there was abuse by babysitters, and it became a CSEC situation of my mom turning a blind eye so that she did not lose her drug supply. And so that was like the first 9 years of my life before I was adopted. And it became a total shift from being in this house with drug use and abuse and witnessing a lot of stuff and falling into the CSEC category to moving to Sacramento and growing up in a middle class neighborhood in Sacramento. I went to a good high school. I had a very good education. My dad was a scientist. My mom was a teacher. But that 9 years, it just wasn't enough to make up for the prior 9. So it was like half of my childhood was like every bullet point of a risk factor that we talk about in terms of like adverse childhood experiences. And it just wasn't enough. I was so resentful. And on top of that, like my parents didn't know how to deal with it. Like parenting is hard, period. But like there's no playbook on how to deal with a kid coming in with all this stuff. They just really didn't know what to do. And so my extreme behaviors had extreme reactions, and it was a very hostile situation. And so when I turned 18, I was out of the house and I thought I knew everything and I was going to make it on my own. And it was 2008, in the middle of the recession. I could not get a job at the mall. And so I started working in the nightclubs downtown Sacramento, where the club owners take 40% of your money. And nobody respects you, and I think even when I told my parents that I was doing this kind of work, they're like, oh yeah, women's empowerment, but it wasn't empowering at all. And so, and this is a big part of the labor trafficking is it happens in the fringes of legal industries. It's different from sex trafficking because prostitution is illegal in California, period. Doesn't matter if you have a pimp or not. But with labor trafficking, these are all legal industries. Cannabis is a legal industry. Nightclubs, adult entertainment are all legal industries. But then people get exploited within those industries who don't know any better, and they're young and naive like I was. I was 18 years old. There was no Netflix documentaries. There was no social media to educate you. It's a double-edged sword because people get exploited on social media, but you can also become aware that way too. And so I had no idea. When this person came into my job and said, I can elevate you. You will make so much money. You won't know what to do with it. You don't have to work for anybody. You can put yourself through college, all these promises. And me thinking like, yeah, cannabis is an up and coming industry. Like I'm hearing about it on the news. And so after 9 months of kind of getting me comfortable and pushing me past my comfort zone and pushing me past my boundaries a little bit more each day, after 9 months, it was alienate me from my family, convince me that my parents didn't care about me, took away my cell phone, took away my card, took away my license, my social security card, and I was up in the middle of the mountains in Lake County on a marijuana farm. And this was a legal grow. They were handing out 99 plant strips. They said that marijuana would be regulated like alcohol, but they don't just hand out a distillery license to everybody and their grandmother, literally. They don't hand out distillery licenses to felons. Right, so everybody was growing 99 plants, and it was violent. There was robberies literally every night, kidnappings every night. Once October, November came around, and so I was there. I had no freedom of movement for about 3 years, and I slowly started to earn freedom of movement over the last 2, in which what I tell people escaping human trafficking is like domestic violence. It's very similar. I had to have a plan. I can't just walk out the door and walk down the street because where am I going to go? I'm in the middle of the mountains. I'm, 25 miles from the closest town. So literally, what can I do? And so I had to plan out over about a year of like, okay, this is where I can stay. This is where I can work. This is what I'm going to do. I had to order a new license and sneak out and get it. It took time. But on top of that, I blamed myself the whole time because I just thought like I made bad decisions and ended up in a bad situation. How could I be so stupid? I didn't want to ask my family for help because I was embarrassed. This is not the family that I came from. They had no, they just weren't involved in that kind of stuff. You know, I came from a middle class family and I was just, they did so much for me in terms of my adoption that I was embarrassed to tell them what I had done. And he would often use threats of, I'm gonna tell your parents you're using drugs. I'm gonna tell your parents X, Y, and Z. I tried to run away one time and he said, if you don't come back in 48 hours, I'm gonna go visit your parents. I had a coworker try to help me. He threatened to kill her dogs. So she was like, I'm out. I'm not gonna help you anymore. And so that's kind of what happened until it took some people who were willing to take that risk to help me. It was like, let him try, you know? And by then I was from 18 to 24, I was a little bit wiser now to the fact that the consequences weren't as great as I thought they were gonna be in terms of retaliation. And so, yeah, I left in 2015 and I vowed never to speak about it again. I moved to Sonoma County and I was like, nobody's gonna know that any of that happened. And then I started working as a first responder and seeing it in the casinos, seeing it out, you know, in front of stores with people selling fruit or whatever, girls being trafficked in the casino, kids being roped into organized retail theft. I mean, I just couldn't get away from it. And so finally I decided, you know, to come out about it and speak about it. But at the same time, like when I first met Liz in 2019, I didn't know that what happened to me was human trafficking. I just thought like, yeah, it was domestic violence, sexual assault for sure. But like, I didn't understand that what happened to me cumulatively was a crime. I just thought I made bad choices. And then she explained to me that like, no, this was not okay, what happened. And so from there I made my police report, nothing happened. You know, I sat in with a detective and made my report and signed like some paperwork for victim compensation to like hide my address and that was it. And then like 2 years later, the detective was like, well, I've been busy and I don't have time to deal with it. And now the statute of limitations is over. Like we talked about, there's a 7-year limit, right? So that's a lot of survivor stories is there often is not an arrest, right? And so at this point, I just have to think of like the good things that I've done, getting my education, getting my degree, getting married this year. You know, all these great things are happening, but this is what we can do when we're given the tools to succeed. You know, and I remember applying for the sheriff's office and doing my background interview with him, and he was like, I don't know how you're alive at this point. How are you not dead or in jail? Like, this is, you know, I don't know. I can't answer that question for you. I'm very blessed and lucky that I can sit here today. But it just doesn't happen in the way that we think it happens. And I want you guys to think about that too. We have a lot of dispensaries here. Where do you think they got their cannabis from? Where do you think it was sourced from? It was sourced from these counties up north by forced labor, unpaid labor, migrant labor. And I'm very lucky to have made it out alive because when I was living there, there was plenty of stories of migrants whose bodies were being found. There was a body found very near to one of the houses I was being kept in. And so it just, I don't think people realize it, but it does start to creep into Sonoma County when you look at it that way in terms of supplying our cannabis industry in California. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your story. And I'm sure it's not easy. You mentioned some tactics of coercion and duress, threats to you, threats to family members, loved ones, threats to get you arrested or in trouble with the law. Raphael, as an expert on trafficking, what are some of the tactics that you've witnessed or seen during your time?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation and opportunity to share it with you guys. We have some really similarities, but we are very different. Like I have freedom of movement. I got access to a car, I was able to drive, but the psychological impact that they created on me through a technology, through a phone. I'm a former undocumented immigrant, and now I serve on the U.S. Advisory Council. I adjust my status because of the proper support of the system. I'm the result of a proper support. People who cares, like you guys are being here. And the tactics, most of the time, they make you part of the crime. I remember my trafficker always used the immigration status. And I know Mr. Lasso mentioned something about people who are migrating for other countries. We still have responsibilities with our loved ones. We still need to work, we still need to pay rent. Because in California, rent is very expensive, even though we promote affordable housing. I don't know where that is, but honestly, everywhere in California, it's just expensive. From the male perspective, it's very complicated to be in front of you and talking about these issues because of the toxic masculinity, right? So imagine the cultural components of the barriers that my mom, because I never met my dad, that she placed into me. Like she programmed me to fail, but it's a cultural issue. It wasn't her intention to program his son to fail or be trafficked. And even people who speak Spanish here, can you raise your hand? La trata, right? We minimize the issue. We traffic arms, we traffic drugs, tratamos personas, right? But we minimize the issue. And that's something that culturally speaking, many of our immigrants today, I was privileged to be at the border 2 months ago, Del Paso, Texas, and I was able to cross to Ciudad Juarez. And they have a different, it's so many barriers now and so many components that all these people is gonna be trafficked. Many of them are gonna be here in California soon. Some of them are moving to New York, man, called it, and there's still hundreds out there in Ciudad Juarez coming in and saying that I'm terrified to see how many of them are future victims of either human trafficking, labor trafficking, or exploitation. Because we don't know the laws or regulations. And even though we have created so many, they know your rights pamphlet, we don't understand it. And I really connect to the example of the guy Antonio from Puebla, how he wanted to work just to touch the car. Imagine someone from Oaxaca, Mexico, who works on the farm, his mom and dad farm, their land, they have owned for many years, okay? And they don't know not more of working on the land. They migrated to the United States, not by choice, because many of us, I promise you, I didn't want to come to the United States. I can assure you, I didn't want to leave my mom, my family, and everything that I knew back home. We are displaced because of a survival. Many, most of us. And I can challenge you today. Who will leave today your country and go to, I don't know, go somewhere else when you don't speak the language, when you're not welcome, when they making you feel, what the hell are you doing here every day? And then you be looking for the American dream, you end up being trafficked. How that sounds like? Not fun, right? And then we go and ask for help, and the first thing they ask us when we go to the counties or some places is, what do you want? I just want to go back home. I don't want none here. I just want to go back home many times. So meeting survivors where they at, sometimes is compliant with what they want. Your success is not my success. And that's the bottom line. Sometimes we just want to go back home. I just want to see my son again. I need a family law attorney. I may want to look for justice, right? And justice may look different for many of us. I want to persecute my guy. I need, I don't know, adjust my status. I need money, probably a civil suit, right? I'm a paralegal also, so I love the law. And there are so many barriers and so many unintentional harm that we created by the system when we have to be just checking a box. I know many places they invite me and they call me because they need to check a box. Not because they really care about labor trafficking and wage theft. They're checking boxes even to receive services. Now those transactional services where you have to, I don't know, testify to get housing, to get food. Those are harmful. What makes you the difference between your trafficker and yourself when you're asking me to do something to get something? Is there a difference? In my eye, with all the trauma that I acquired, there is no difference. Is there any difference for you, Megan? It's painful, it's harmful, right?
It's a trade-off, it's an unpaid trade-off.
Yeah.
You do this and then you can get this, and there can be a lot of danger and retaliation just in testifying. Yeah.
And people doesn't realize that sometimes it's wrong. They believe, any law enforcement here, they believe we're lying. It's not that we're lying. Our memory based on trauma, thank you for touching the ACEs. If you're familiar with the ACEs, imagine the amount of ACEs that a minor undocumented immigrant has. And you can add 2,000 miles of trauma crossing through El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, the Northern Triangle, the cartels in Mexico. And then the CVPs. It's not that I dislike CVP, I just don't believe in them up today. And all that trauma will prevent us from acknowledging what's happening to us. Just for knowing, when they told me you're being a victim of human trafficking, I was like, what is that? No, I'm a man. That's not happening to me. And they explained what was my rights. You get a right to a break every week. Sometimes you get the lunch, the minimum wage is this. And I was like, oh, really? Do you get paid here? It's not just enough with food and roof over my table because of the lack of knowledge. And who is migrating? Not people that has education, it's people who is very illiterate. They don't know how to read, they don't know how to write, they don't understand human trafficking, and then they minimize with trata. And then they get here and they say, hey, you've been a victim of human trafficking. It's like, no, I'm not. And I refuse to acknowledge that I was a victim of human trafficking until I understood through the court system, they called me to testify against my trafficker for a different case, domestic violence. He was violent to the wife. And I testified, and that's when they explained me. I was like, oh, that makes sense now. And thanks to that person, that angel, Elizabeth, who explained me what was human trafficking, I'm in front of you today.
Megan, I think, well, Raphael, thank you, first of all, for sharing. Megan, I think at a certain point when you were being trafficked in the cannabis industry, you were moved to one of the cartels and you had freedom of movement, kind of. How do you explain how you were trafficked within organizations?
Yeah, so as I said, so from 2010 to 2013, I had no freedom of movement. Shortly after my 23rd birthday, I tried to leave. I actually came to Winter Park, and I was here for about 2 days, and I was like, I don't really know what to do here. Like, I just didn't know what to do. Like, I'm out, now what? And, you know, I didn't have any money. I did have my ID, because I got it from the DMV, or like got to the mailbox and got it. But I really didn't know, you know, I was like, maybe I can apply to the casino or something like that. And then he texted me, my trafficker texted me and said, you have 48 hours to get back here. And that's when I went back. And then, you know, shortly before that, there had been a bad deal. He was supposed to go sell bulk from multiple people, because that's the practice. You get it from multiple people, and then you make a bulk deal. And it got stolen from him. He got ripped off. And now he owed the cartel a lot of money. And he said, well, I don't have that money. So here's Megan. You can have her on a 6-month lease, like a car. I was on a lease. And so I was there from the time I came back until the summer of the next year, until it was time to start growing again out in the mountains. So I was there for about 6 months. I had some limited freedom of movement to make money. I was like collecting cans and doing recycling and just stuff like that. And again, I'm very lucky because it was literally do whatever you want with her. And I'm very lucky that I was not assaulted in that situation. I was basically a house servant, so, you know, taking care of the house. But I was scared because this is the time when people were getting ripped off. I mean, there had already been an in-home invasion robbery at that house, you know, a couple months beforehand. So it was very nerve-wracking. Every time somebody came by the house and knocked on the door, and so yeah, I was about there for 6 months, and then I got moved back out to the farm, to the main farm in the mountains, and I was able to leave the following year.
Raphael, any thoughts to share about how the level of control either increases or how the coercion happens?
Well, they started with the honeymoon. I don't know if you heard the process before. There's the honeymoon where they enter trust. Trust is earned. Do we agree on that? And what do we do many times when we find a survivor? You can trust me, tell me what happened. Big mistake. Never do that. Because I end up being trafficked for trusting someone. So you're gonna earn their trust the same way the trafficker does. My trafficker earned my trust, and he made me part of the crime. He made me feel that on the honeymoon process that he cares about me. Imagine being undocumented, with no future, washing dishes, working on the field. I did everything that you can imagine. And have an opportunity to work in an office, to be able to go to school. They sold you the dream. Remember, many of us migrated because we're looking for the American dream. And you add the cultural issue of these people going back to Mexico on a nice truck and the big gold chains and everything. That's not what's happening in the United States. They're pretending to live that life, but that's not real. They're fake. And look at their priorities. They're very messed up. But the image that they sell back in their home countries is of a dream that is not happening. So when I was looking for the American dream, my trafficker provided a little bit of it, but at the same time, he ensured that I was vulnerable. He earned my trust. He knew about my mom, my brothers, my deficiencies, and then you have the language barrier. I didn't speak English at the time. I wasn't able to communicate. And if I would call law enforcement, most of the time, law enforcement was going to talk to who? The person who is able to communicate. And then the way you see me today is not even close. I stink. I was smelly. I was invited to DC in 2013 and looking for the definition of my trafficking situation. We knew about domestic servitude. We knew about the farm work, the minors, you call them cell stores. And when we got to my definition, we couldn't find one, only the personal slave. I was his personal slave. I would wash, I would clean, I would cook. Man, I would do anything just to get a peace of mind. Because at the end of the day, that's the only thing I was requiring at the end. I didn't want any food. I didn't think about my son that I love. I just wanted to have a little peace of mind and a 5-minute rest. Or I could sit down and realize, please forgive my language, how fucked up my life was at the time. Because it was a nightmare. And many of the survivors of victims today out there, they live in the nightmare. And we are so privileged. As Megan said, we're very blessed to be sitting here and to be alive. Because I know many of survivors, they couldn't make it alive. Right? If you're familiar with the ACEs, all of them that we acquire as minors, plus the trauma that we acquire as survivors. I know at least 2-3 survivors that we start back in 2012, they access early death. So that's part of the work. And we have to face it, we have to deal with it every day. It's not something that we can unplug and be like, oh, I'm not a survivor today. I got a cool title, that's great, but I'm still a survivor. And I'm a dad, and I'm a man, and I'm a son, I'm a brother, I'm a community member. So I love my community in Sacramento. I'm very involved in the district, in the school education district on my son's school. That school district, and on my community as a soccer coach. I try to give back of what I receive. And you guys can make a difference today by taking all the information provided by the district attorney and sharing it at your community. Because keeping it to you just doesn't do any good.
Raphael and Megan, can you talk to the audience about how we can work for survivors of trafficking better? What you needed to be able to leave your situation, and what helped you?
It's a tough question.
In the legal term, it's a compound question. It was 4 questions.
For me, the biggest thing is prevention. If I had known back then that not to go into this, not to fall for this, right, I would have been better off. And so I think that education is super important. You know, human trafficking was not a vocabulary in my language growing up or in school or anything like that. You know, it is a big buzzword now, but it wasn't back then because that just didn't happen to people like me. And so that's a factor, you know, educating the community. And what I tell when I do my trainings for law enforcement, and, you know, I just did one for Sonoma County probation a couple weeks ago, kind of do some educational campaigns and tell the public why you're doing what you're doing. A couple years ago, the sheriff's office did, you know, they busted like 1,000+ plant grow. And I remember reading the comments and they were like, well, don't you have better things to focus on, like human trafficking? And I'm like, that's exactly probably what's happening here, but the public doesn't know that. But you could say, you know, We did a bust. This is why we're doing this. Human trafficking is prevalent in this industry, and you need to do it right when you're going to do it. That's not legal. And that's why we care, right? It may not be the plant that's the issue, but it's the industry that's an issue. Or we're not ticketing this fruit vendor because we hate small businesses. We're not doing it because we're profiling. We're doing it because there's a reason that they don't have a permit. Their trafficker does not want their name on a permit. But if the public just pulls out their cell phone and starts recording, they don't know why you're doing that. And so one suggestion that I have is just educate the public. You know, sometimes they just don't know any better, but they should know what's going on so that they also don't participate and patronize those industries and keep this going. Because it takes two people, the seller and the buyer, for any of this stuff to happen. So really that just educating the community on not participating, and then also to help people to not get sucked into it either. And educating yourselves, because, you know, I was contacted by law enforcement plenty of times, and I don't know what they thought. I couldn't tell you what thoughts went through their head. Maybe that I was like an addict, or I was just one of the growers. I don't know what went through their heads, but never once was I asked, like, are you okay? And, you know, and we would get pulled over and I'm shaking like this on a traffic stop, you know, and they would like search my stuff for drugs, you know, because they thought that I was on drugs. But, you know, I was never once asked, like, are you okay? What's going on here? Like, why is a 19-year-old up here from Sacramento? Like, it just never occurred to anybody. And I was never asked at the hospital either, you know, why is your trafficker sitting, you know, obviously they don't know that word, but why is he just standing right next to you the whole time in the ER? You know, just things like that. I think we just need to educate ourselves and really advocate for training within departments, within healthcare, and you can never have too much of it.
Rafael?
Education equals prevention. That's the bottom line. If we really want to prevent this crime, we have to educate people. Something that I want you to know, human trafficking do not discriminate. And there is no perfect victim of labor trafficking. There is no perfect victim, no matter if you race, you're poor. There's people that is more vulnerable, like people without a legal status, LGBTQ communities, natives, people of color, homeless, people with drug addictions. They are more vulnerable, that's the reality, yes. But we cannot minimize and then just pretend that we don't see some other people, right? There's people who doesn't have it figured out today. And they look normal like us, and they are going through it. Like, remember, I got freedom of movement. I will go to the store. I will be at the pharmacy. I will go to Pollo Loco or any other Mexican restaurant to get food. But nobody never asked me the question, how are you? And I will ask you today and challenge you to think about this. If you encounter one of your family members, what would be the first question that you ask? How would you look at them? I need to create a case. What do I need to do? My goodness, another survivor. Instead of thinking and probably crying with them. Because if I see my brother, my sister, my nephew, anybody be victim of human trafficking, I will probably cry with them first. And then I will say, have you eaten? Are you hungry? Do you need anything? And then the work that I need to do in there is providing services, create a case, do an interview, whatever is needed, your role or your function is. But first, be kind, be human, because sometimes we forget about it and they stole that from us. They dehumanize us. They saw us less than humans, all right? So if you start being human with us, guess what you're gonna get? A good case, a good survivor, and you're helping someone restore their life in a proper way. Because there is the right way and there is the wrong way. When people get burned out, and I've seen great survivors joining the movement, and then 2 years later, they're gone. Because they've been re-victimized. They've been tokenized by some agencies or nonprofits, or just the system is created for us to fail. Today, we talk about labor trafficking. TVPA, you never familiar with TVPA? Right?
Trafficking Victim Protection Act. 2000.
Based on Palermo protocols, they were created to protect only women and minors. What about male? Who was migrating in the 80s, 90s, and 60s? Male. That was the migration, and there is no resources. Up to date, I believe there is 7 beds in the United States for male survivors of human trafficking. And there's so many requirements to qualify for services that when I come out of the situation, it was nothing. So big questions, who is in front of you and what is it that you can do for them being transparent and honest before anything else?
Okay. I could sit here for 5 hours with both of you and talk more, but we can't. I can't thank you both enough for sharing your stories with us. Rafael, I'll be following up with you about how to make sure we treat our male victims appropriately and how to acknowledge that. So we'll talk about that later. Megan, if I can help you in any way, let me know. Does anyone have any questions? You want to come up here and use the mic and
Karina Garcia with Sonoma County Communications Department, but I'm wanting to speak as an individual and a member of the community. First of all, thank you both for sharing your story. Sorry for the big in my back. As an immigrant, as a family member of an immigrant family, I've noticed, and after hearing you both speak, that sometimes families take a sense of pride in what they do, and in doing so, they're instilling this mentality of you have to work, you have to work, and you have to work. It doesn't matter how tired you are or how exhausted you might feel, you have to continue because that's who we are, right? And it sounds a little bit like human trafficking in my family and in my case and in my scenario, but I was taught that this is just being proud and learning work ethics. So how do we educate our community who has been brought up believing this for generations without hurting their, entity, without hurting their sense of pride, but of letting them know that this could be an issue and there are solutions. Thank you.
Learning is painful. Being comfortable is growing. Many times, and I share this on my presentations, my generation and up, we're screwed. We're done. There's nothing we can do about it. No matter how our feelings get hurt, protect your children. They are literally the future of this movement. We can stop this with them, not with us. We're done. And probably the 18s, I'm sorry, and probably too, because we haven't talked enough about this, but it is what it is, and we cannot change that. So I'm sorry if my parents or my mom or my brothers, they don't take it. It's not my problem, it's their problem. I'm sorry if they get hurt. This is the reality that I'm going through, that I went through. And this is the reality for many of us as an immigrants. So, and culturally speaking, it's too bad for them. Sorry. No, sorry.
any other questions from the audience? Miss Ana Lopez, Santa Rosa School District, yes?
Hi everyone, Ana Diaz Rosen School District, but today I am representing myself as a community member. My grandfather came here from the Barcero program back in the 50s. So thank you for mentioning that, because back in the day, my grandfather had his horror stories about how he came through the United States with other immigrants, as well as being their clothing having to be removed, stripped down, their belongings, their jewelry, their IDs, their family photos taken away from them, as long as being smoked with some spray or some duster, I don't remember what he called it, and not having any bathroom regulations. They had to go behind a tree and call it a day. So they suffered, they went through the heats that our modern day farm workers are going through today while we're inside in air conditioning units and departments and buildings just like this one. And at the moment, our farm workers are still working in these conditions, in the heat, during the floods, during the fires, even just last week. And what really brought into both of you guys, thank you for speaking and sharing your stories, because it really impacted me as well as probably everybody else in the room. But how can we work together as a county, as a city, as community members to really advocate for our H-2A workers, because in reality, it's the same thing as the Barcelo program, but we just changed the name. So how can we help our modern day farm workers and our people that are working in these conditions?
I don't think I can speak to that industry.
First acknowledgement. They, like I mentioned, in my case, society decided to ignore me. So as a community, as a society, they're not transparent, they're there. Sometimes we pretend that they're not there, we don't see them because it's hard to deal with 11 million people that are without a legal status in the United States, and even though they have a guest working visa, some of those visas are more, the higher risk of trafficking is way higher because they attach to the employer and they provide housing, and once they provide housing, the risk factor increases in amount of numbers. But I believe that just by acknowledgement and really see something, say something, speak about the issue. We always have that vecina chismosa. Everybody has one on the street. That lady that is always outdoor and looking out for everybody, and she knows everybody's life as if their own, what their sons are doing. So communicate with them. Utilize your resources, network between stores. Like I have a specific coffee shop that I buy from, not Starbucks, but I buy from a local coffee shop in Sacramento. I go to the same restaurant, I talk to the people. Every time I see a fruit vendor, I say, hi, how are you? Where are you from? How much are you getting paid? Do you eat today? And they speak up. People need to talk. Some of us, especially if we're in the middle of nowhere, they want to talk at least for 5 minutes, especially if they're going through abuse. It's the question that you ask. And sometimes we ask stupid questions. Are you being trafficked? Are you being victimized? I don't even know what that means, right? What about have you ate today? And you start creating that trust. So you go back next week and she may be able to say something more to you. But it's about caring, it's about personal choice, about being involved in your community.
And I would say also too, it was brought up earlier, like we have a lot of laws. It's just a matter of the resources to enforce them. And, you know, we need to not be taking money away from these resources. You know, that was a huge deal a couple years back. And I don't think people realize like the ripple effect of taking away resources and taking away money from programs that would enforce those things. And then also I would say too, you know, advocacy is important, you know, for policies. I know when I was speaking with some sheriff's deputies in San Francisco, they're like, we can't even approach the street vendors anymore. There's laws in place. We can't go up to them anymore, right? And that may have been well-intentioned because again, people are thinking, oh, they're harassing the small business owners, but they don't know now what you have prevented them from getting help. And it's the same thing with the SB 357 for prostitution. You can't even go up and talk to them anymore. So I think that, you know, the bills and the laws need to be coming from lived experience experts. You know, and me and Liz and Lisa are on a panel now of reviewing this legislation. Hopefully that will make some changes. But just think about like when you're trying to pass these things, what the ripple effect is going to be, and work to get the resources to enforce the laws that we already have, because we have a good amount of them. You know, I feel like the enforcement is the main issue.
Okay, we're out of time. Thank you both again so much. And let's give them a round of applause.
We're going to get started, so if you can have a seat. Don't make me start calling out names because I will do it. Teacher, I have no problem embarrassing people. So you need to file, call Katie. She will take care of them personally. So we are the last panel for the day. Eat some chocolate, drink some coffee, and I promise we'll make this interesting. First, though, I want to invite Katie, who is walking out the door. Katie Yant is with Sonoma DA's office. She has, I think, pretty much put this whole thing together, along with Carla. But I think Carla's was the ideas, and Katie was the one who made sure that the PowerPoint worked. So they're a perfect team. Katie has been my contact, and we have already started to work together on cases. So can we get a round of applause for Katie? She did an amazing job. Now, go ahead. All right. So we are the last panel of the day. I was asked to moderate this. So I will be telling the jokes and they will be telling the real information, which works pretty well for everybody. I'm going to actually have them introduce themselves because I don't have bios. And while they're doing that, I'm also going to ask them to introduce what their agency does in this area. Because like many of us, they probably wear multiple hats doing multiple things in both wage theft, labor exploitation, as well as just other activities that we all have to do. So for example, I do loan fraud and wage theft. So I'm going to start here. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Davin Cardenas, Director of Organizing with North Bay Jobs with Justice. We organize farm workers here in Sonoma County. Our main goal is to build a base of farm workers who are involved in their own lives and building political power to better wages, better conditions. As climate chaos imposes itself here in Sonoma County, how we start thinking about compensation for workers, better wages, and just the general well-being of workers' lives. So that's our primary focus. When it comes to wage claims, it comes through, there's like a mycelial network of farm workers in the county. It's like the quinceañera network where like these conversations happen, and often workers will know a worker who will know us. They'll pass on the phone number and say, hey, they can help you get wages back. When it comes to us, we'll do an intake, we'll do a meeting with the worker, figure out who they are in general. They are much more than their wages or their lost wages for that matter. But we build a relationship and then assess the situation. And often it might mean a phone call to an employer. And I'm an organizer, but sometimes I put on my best lawyer voice when I call employers. I deepen it a little bit, and we'll try to potentially negotiate a wage claim for the worker and the employer. If we have to be at the meeting, we'll be at the meeting. And I mean, it's a little crazy because, or we'll assess the situation, and we're offering the worker the ability to say, you want me to make a phone call right now, or do you want me to refer you to the ALRB, CRLA, the DOL, whatever it might go. So we kind of become a jumping off point for workers to do that. And in about 2.5 years, we've recovered $430,000 from employers. And employers for the most part know that we can show up at your business. We can, the threat of public shaming is present, and they often want to avoid that. They often want to avoid the legal process. And so we have to also assess the severity where, what this actually has to go through the legal process. But just a quick anecdote, in January of this year, I was making a round of phone calls to our workers, our leaders, folks that we've met, just saying, how's it going? How was the holidays? Just a check-in call. And the worker was like, you know what? Thanks for calling. I was actually going to call you because me and my father, we were working for a month. We're owed $2,500. Actually, 13 other workers as well. So 15 of us total owed $2,500. They were working in cannabis in December, not paid. They're like, we heard the employer does this all the time. And so I put in a phone call, and literally I left a message with the employer, and he paid the next day. We actually never made the connection, but so that was about $38,000 for workers. But again, so this is, it works in our main job for doing this. We don't do wage claims, we recruit workers. We're trying to recruit workers into the fold so that they become part of a political movement of farm workers fighting for power. The wage claim is a means by which to recruit workers into our fold. So, we don't charge anything, but what we hope that they'll do with our support is involve themselves more in our public campaigns for wages and dignity in the field. So
Thank you.
My name is David Gomez, and I'm a hearing officer with the Labor Commissioner's Office, the California Labor Commissioner's Office. Prior to my work there, I was an immigration attorney, and it was kind of like a big change, like, oh, a whole new body of law. But really what I realized was my former clients are now just the people walking into my office seeking help, so I'm still helping the same community. So the Labor Commissioner's Office, what we do is we enforce the California Labor Code and the Industrial Welfare Commission orders. So our goal is really twofold. It's to ensure workers get paid their just day's wages. And second is to level the playing field so law-abiding employers, can succeed. We're not here to just shut businesses down. Although Rainbow Bride, I was one of the boots on the ground during that search warrant. I was there interviewing those workers. It was on your slide, it was the middle one on the bottom, is orange. It was one of the developmentally disabled facilities. And what, funny story is, they were sleeping on the couch in the living room, and I thought, oh, how terrible. And now I'm seeing how some of those other workers were sleeping. So what we do, we have several units, the wage claim adjudication, where individual workers will come in on their own and they'll file their claim for unpaid wages. But we also have that Bureau of Field Enforcement, which will send investigators out into the field, will subpoena records, ask for records, worker interviews, and then that will ultimately lead to a citation that's going to recover both wages for the workers, maybe penalties, and maybe that you can forge some kind of settlement so workers are getting paid, and then you're kind of curbing the violation and leveling that playing field.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew Schultz. I work for the U.S. Department of Labor. I think this morning you heard from one of our community outreach specialists about the wage and hour division. So I work on the legal side. I'm an attorney with the solicitor's office. That's our general counsel's office. It enforces about 150 employment laws, but the main ones relevant to wage theft are traditional Fair Labor Standards Act cases, which has been on the books for about 85 years, everything to H2A, which we've heard about a little bit today. And I'm the counsel for the legal program out of the San Francisco office, and we cover the entire Western United States. That roughly corresponds with the Ninth Circuit, for those of you familiar with federal court, as well as the Pacific Territories. We are down to less than 25 lawyers at the trial level. That covers an area of 70 million people in all of those states. And of those 25 attorneys, about a functional equivalent of 10 of us do wage and hour work. So you're talking about, almost one person for many millions of people to do every employment statute that we enforce on the ground. So mostly I'm here to plead for more criminal enforcement. I remember the Rainbow Bride case well. I provided all the initial legal advice to the wage and hour division, and a big part of my job initially is to say, yeah, that's not a civil case. Like, that's a criminal case. You need to do that criminally. And there were a lot of really important and painful lessons in that case for us as well. So yeah, that's what we do. We litigate cases in the traditional, we have to sue employers and go to court. It's not like a lot of modern wage enforcement where you have civil processes and things like that. We have to sue employers one at a time and go enforce the law that way. And we take cases, everything from representing one person, one kid, like a case we just resolved yesterday, up to nationwide cases involving thousands of workers. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Veronica Melendez, and I work at Sierra Leone Foundation. So at Sierra Leone Foundation, we do a few different things, mainly employment cases, which is what I do, housing cases, a little bit of education, and we also do immigration. We have an immigration unit. We also have our rural health and communities unit, which it focuses on providing water to different areas in the Central Valley because they don't have access to drinking water. In terms of the work that we do, because we get to touch a little bit of everything in low-wage workers' lives, and we specifically focus on farm workers. We see the value of wages for all of them, because it's not simply that they get a paycheck. It affects where they live. It affects whether they have safe and habitable housing. It affects whether they can make rent, whether they're going to be homeless. It also affects their children's education, whether they're sending their children to school. And another thing that we're seeing is that a lot of districts are discontinuing transportation. So what that means is that's putting parents in situations where they hire drivers, raiteros, to drive their kids and putting their kids in unsafe situations, because it means either they stop their kids so they can drive their kids to school, or they work so that they pay for somebody else to take their children. And we put stories, you know, a parent being like, I'll take the kids, and you have 4 or 5 kids in a car with no car seats, and that's how they're driving around. And so that's how we see how important wages are for all families, and also the importance of government agencies participating, not just the labor commissioner, but also, you know, the DAs in the different counties, because we get cases that are horrible, you know, and you always hear about everybody being tough and crime. Waste theft is huge. Like, there was a UCLA labor report, but there's $2 billion in waste theft every single year. And so the same amount of resources, the same amount of manpower that we put for shoplifting or other types of theft is the same amount of importance that we give to waste theft, because it affects families at every single level in the state.
Okay. What you do and what CRLA means, because I don't know.
Oh, okay. So what I specifically do, I am the litigation director at CRLA Foundation. We handle the employment cases, a little bit of housing cases, and a little bit of education. And CRLA Foundation stands for California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation. So we're not the same as CRLA, we're just sister organizations. So we can do the class action cases, and we can do the undocumented cases, and we can do the immigration cases as well.
And tell them where you used to work.
Oh, I used to work at the U.S. Department of Labor with Andrew. He's cool. And I also used to work at the Agricultural Labor Relations Board here in Salinas in Sacramento.
Thank you for clarifying that, and that's really cool. Okay, so I was asked to create a hypothetical and have our 4 experts talk about the different ways that this hypothetical might play out in their world. And I might actually throw in a little bit of criminal law while we're at it, just so I look useful. Our hypothetical is this, and you'll have to forgive me, I did double check with them that this was an appropriately agricultural hypothetical, because oddly enough, there's not a lot of agricultural cases in LA County. But who knew? Victim comes in saying that he has been working on a farm doing construction and agricultural work. He indicates he's working 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, with one 15 to 20-minute break to eat midday. He has to arrive at 5 a.m. to prepare for work and load the trucks, go to the field they're working in, get ready, pick up supplies, etc. But he isn't paid for that prep time. He was promised $150 a day and is paid in cash at the end of each week. He has yet to receive the full $900 he's owed for any particular week. He's receiving only between $600 and $700 in cash a week. He's been promised the owed money at the end when the harvest is in. So for those of you who work in this area, how well did I do on that hypothetical? Does that sound about right? Okay, cool. So what I'd like to do is kind of go in the order of hierarchy, and I don't mean that badly, but from boots on the ground to our solicitor, and you can tell they get more formal in clothing as well. It's very interesting. Andrew, you and I look like friggin' lawyers. Veronica's way cooler, so she looks way cooler, and David's just like, I'm a hearing officer, I can wear whatever I want. So Daveen, I said that badly again, didn't I? I'm never gonna get it right. Can you start with us? What would you do if this, our gentleman walked in?
Yeah, so I think we would do an assessment. Also, there's also the consideration with if he has coworkers who are in the same situation. If it's beyond wages too, there's always a consideration of putting in a phone call to Maddie Hirschfield and the labor council, seeing if there's union opportunities, there's organizing opportunities for unionization of workers if they're all on the same on the same page about the conditions. What we might have to do though is like we always consider this question of like what they call like the sword and the shield, right? Which is like the ability to agitate politically against an employer publicly. So it's not just private meetings that we are private meetings in dark back rooms, but rather we are public and out with the issues, potentially getting press, and at the same time supporting the workers with legal representation. We had a similar case that we worked with the ALRB on, in which a bunch of H-2A workers who are here on a visa were in a similar situation as pointed out around conditions, not so much wages. And so when we first met with the workers, our first intake, we had Yesenia de Luna from the local ALRB office with us saying, listen, if you want to become public with this, at the moment you're public, retaliation becomes an issue, and retaliation in California is illegal. So creating that ability, and the workers did become public, a year and a half later, Morton Vineyard Services ended up settling for $330,000 for 20 workers who were retaliated against because they spoke up about conditions. And so, but from the beginning, the workers felt safer in going forward, knowing there was a legal strategy in play. And so it's kind of that sword and shield, the public demonstrations plus legal support on the ground so workers feel safe going forward. So that would be the first intake process for us, and then we would refer them to whoever whatever makes the most sense in terms of the legal route.
Veronica, you want to? So what we would do, since the employees being paid cash, I'm assuming there's no paperwork, but the first question that we ask is whether there's an arbitration agreement, or whether they know that there's an arbitration agreement, because that severely limits what we're able to do in terms of recovery if it's just one employee, if it's multiple employees, because with an arbitration agreement, they tend to agree to restrict their right to court and also to do any class actions. So that's the first question that comes up. What is it that the employee wants to do? Because a lot of the time, so employees will come forward and be like, this is what's going on, I don't want my name out there anywhere, right? And so that's always an issue that we have to deal with. And when that is the case, sometimes what I'll do, because I know that DOL goes in and does investigations and they don't reveal the worker's name, so we'll explain to them the difference. Look, with California law, you get more recovery, this is the penalties that come along, this is what we can do if you decide to put your name and come forward. But if that's not what you want to do, and also to the work I did at DOL, I sort of have an idea what the damages are. This is what you can get at DOL, and this is what can happen, and they'll come in and your name is not going to be revealed. So that's sometimes like usually the first question that comes along that we ask them just to make sure and figure out what we can do for them.
David?
Sure. So I'm going to put on my former, both the investigator hat.
Thank you.
Good as a hearing officer hat. So if I'm seeing this case come in, I'm seeing agriculture and construction right there at the top, and generally you need more than one person to do this type of job. So I'm immediately thinking, are there other workers? How can I speak with this reporting party and Davin, this potential advocate, and finding those other workers? And then I'm going to look at the issues and I can see, off the clock work, overtime, that's probably going to trigger extra damages like liquidated damages or other penalties such as not being paid on time, or everyone's favorite, that lack of paycheck stuff that you mentioned this morning. That could be your inroad right in, right? And then I'm going to think about recovery, because our whole process, we're trying to get these workers paid. Judgment's great, but if they're judgment proof, that doesn't help. So I'm also seeing this is construction, this is agriculture. There's licensing agencies that sit above that. So are we talking about a licensed contractor? Can we go look at that? If not, then they're disguised as some kind of owner builder. And do they have a building permit? So there are partner agencies that I can work with, like the city or county inspectors, and a project like that can get red taped. If there's no workers' comp insurance, so a lot of these violations, they just cascade, and there are other violations there. So as a Bureau of Field Enforcement deputy, I can issue a stop labor order. You got to stop working out and you don't have insurance. So that's where I'm going, trying to identify other workers, identify all the issues, and also thinking about recovery and just other leverage points.
Thank you. And Andrew?
So there's quite a dichotomy on what the federal government could do depending on those actual facts. If it's purely agricultural labor, we might be very limited, depending on, if they're H-2A workers, that's highly regulated, right? And we would be able to do a lot there. Or if that employer had H-2A workers doing the same jobs, we would also be able to do a lot there. We would be able to do a full intake and go out and enforce the law that way. We actually recover a lot of back wages on behalf of people not in the H-2A program, because in California, if you're a big agricultural employer now, you are likely using some form of H-2A, which is a huge change from about 10 years ago. Now, if it's construction, then that's a traditional wage and hour matter. If you're doing, because that's going to fall under the purview of the laws that we enforce, there's not going to be an exemption like there is for traditional farm work under our very old federal laws. In that respect, California has much better remedies for some of these workers than we would have. So if it's strictly agriculture, there's no H-2A, we're probably making a call to someone at the state saying, hey, we're going to need your help in this regard.
Who are you going to call? Like Ghostbusters. I know we all wanted to do it. Go ahead.
Anyone who will pick up the phone.
Fair enough. Been there, done that. So I just want to bring around something. Every single one of them talked about who they would call, who the next person was that they would work with. And you heard me talk about it at the opening, and I'll close with it too, is this idea that we don't do this work alone. None of us can. It's too big. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for all of the motions, so I didn't have to write them in our case, right? I just kind of scratched her name out. So every single one of our panelists is talking about who else they are going to work with in the community. And that should always be the thought process. And hopefully Carla will have me back, because I did steal her thunder a little bit when I said that she was going to start a wage theft working group or a labor exploitation working group. But that really is what's going to give you, that's going to give Andrew my cell phone number, or in this case, Katie's cell phone number. And he's going to be able to text her and say, I got this case and I can't, you guys are going to do better in the state, right? So I just wanted to pull out that every single one of us is talking about how we collaborate and how we find the right answer. It may just be pay up, or you're going to have 20 farm workers in front of your business tomorrow morning, all the way to, hi, we're the federal government and we'd like to talk to you. That's a range of, responses. And of course, the last response is I have Ty show up, showing his gun and his badge and saying, so can we chat? And that range of responses really gives us a lot of tools to find the right answer for what our victims need and what our community needs to get rid of some of these bad actors. Okay, so that was my little soapbox. So my next question. So they come to you, you've now explained what you can do for them. What kind of process should they expect? And what's the timeline from really walking in your door to maybe getting a check in their hand?
Yeah, with us, it's really dependent on the case. It can be a very quick turnaround. Like we mentioned, it might be a phone call, it might be a meeting between an employer. That's the best case scenario. If it doesn't work out like that, we would walk them through potentially the process to begin a report to the Labor Commission and walk them through that. And from that point, this isn't a department we're a small and scrappy team, so we don't have the ability to see these cases through. So we'd help them walk through the first door and potentially see them through that. But it would really be dependent on the case. And in the best case scenario, it's a quick process. And in a longer term scenario, it becomes a case with the ALRB or the Labor Commission that can be more timely. And the worker also has to assess, what do I want to do? They always have the option. I think like Veronica was saying too, we have to provide options. The worker has to green light everything, and they understand the potential timelines. Obviously, if it goes to the Labor Commission, it's going to be a little more drawn out and more involved. If it's something that we make a phone call and it's quicker, obviously the employer now knows the worker is speaking up about their rights, and that might, there's fear in the workers' lives, but but it can also be a much quicker process. So it's really dependent on every case, but it could be quick and it could be something longer and drawn out.
Veronica? I'm going in the same order,
Oh,
so
okay.
you'll know when you're, yeah. Nobody will be surprised.
I think in terms of the timeline, it all depends, because even in cases where we haven't gone to court, and it was, in this case, it was an FLC that didn't pay 2 crews at all for 2 weeks. They were not licensed, they disappeared, and we can go after the grower under a client employer statute that California has for the wages. And so we were trying to get the grower to pay, and the grower wasn't paying, and I mean, we're gonna sue him. But at the end, he hired an attorney, and I think the attorney explained to him that it was just clear cut, he just had to pay, there was no question about it. But it still took us about 4 or 5 months, and you know, we got them their liquidated damages, we got them their penalties, and we got them more than their wages, which all of them were very happy about. When it comes to the court cases, it honestly sometimes depends on opposing counsel. And how litigious they are. I mean, we have a joke going around that maybe they're buying a new house or kids going to college, because we don't understand why a case is taking so long, even when at the beginning of the case, I can't remember, never mind. But here at this job, at the beginning of the case, if it's just clear cut, their records show that they didn't pay them, premiums, they didn't pay them their wages, they have policies, and it's all in writing, and we can come to them and be like, hey, you just want to set up a mediator, we can pay for it and do limited discovery. And no, we're just going through motions, demurrers, motions to compel, and it drags a case that could be result in a year to 2 or 3 years down the line. And so it all just ranges, I think, on the issues of the case, how complicated they are. Sometimes they can be clear, clean cut. Other times, especially with H2A, it brings a different nuance into California law, because California law doesn't specifically track it. And so it's trying to figure out how to get the relief that you could get under the H2A program, because the H2A program doesn't have a private right of action. And so you have to figure out how to do that through California law in order to get the workers their money, but it's just because of how complicated it can just be a little bit longer.
All right, well, my answer is not going to be very different at all.
It depends.
It's going to depend.
Can you tell they're all lawyers, except?
I mean, really, sometimes you get an employer, this case comes to them, and they're like, oh no, okay, I got to pay it. Or it could be a quicker settlement, or you could get into the administrative process, or sometimes we file civilly and we're in court, and depending on the amount of litigation they want to do, it can be over a year, a couple of years. Like I mentioned, I was on the rainbow right there, so that took several years.
Andrew?
Yes, it's going to depend. Yeah, it's going to depend in part on what's happening to the worker, though. Actually, if they're being retaliated against, the case is going to move very rapidly. And we've had cases recently, or if it's a safety issue, if there are serious, housing issues under migrant seasonal worker protections, child labor issues, those cases are going to move really, really fast. To the point where, we could get a complaint on a Monday and be in court on a TRO before the end of the week. We've resolved several multi-million-dollar cases recently that have taken, anywhere from 4 weeks to 2 months, which is an insane pace and puts the taxes our attorneys quite a bit. But if you find some kids, deboning chicken or doing whatever, you pretty much just have to go right away. If it's a former employee telling you about some money they're owed on a former job, that's going to be a traditional civil lawsuit that could take years for sure. So we try to prioritize that and move quickly if it's a retaliation or a safety issue.
And then giving the perspective of law enforcement, often what's going to happen is they're going to do their case and then it's going to hit us. So we were talking about the deboning chicken case. I know exactly which one he's talking about. And eventually that's going to come to me for criminal prosecution. And those investigations can take a good year or two afterwards, depending on how much of the investigation done by the initial agency we can utilize, how much we have to do ourselves, and then how long it takes us to file it. Tiffany talked a lot about the fact that, she was pushing up against that statute. We're not doing it because we don't want to get the case done quicker. It's just that there are certain things that we have to do for a criminal case that no matter how good of an investigation they're doing at BOFI or they're doing at wage an hour, we're going to have to do a criminal level investigation because we have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And then once it's in court, it can take anywhere from, if they don't waive time, we can be done with that case in 2 months, or more realistically, it's going to be a year or two. And if you're Tiffany, it's going to be a 7-month trial, and then you're going to cry. Tiffany's my hero. So we all say it depends, but we need to make sure that our gentleman who walks in understands these options and the pluses and minuses of them. And I'm going to do a pitch, for this is where our community service and worker rights people come and play, right? Because they can help us stabilize them. They can help us get that deferred action. They can help us get the housing, get the food, get the services they need so that they have the time to wait for the money they're owed. Because one of the reasons this is such a major crime is because the employers know the workers need to work. And so if they can say, I'll give you 10 cents on the dollar, just go away, go get another job. That's going to be the workers' primary interest if they have to pay for their kids to eat that night. And so all of this depends stuff is realistic. And one of the things we have to do as a collaborative community fighting these crimes is make sure we are providing that stabilization and providing our victims the time to make a good decision for themselves and their families. All right, so that was my law enforcement. I can't see. This is my least favorite part about being old. Seriously, I'm fine with menopause. This sucks. Okay. All right, so I've already kind of talked about collaboration. You guys have talked about collaboration. Besides what you've already told us, what other groups have you found are really helpful to work with? And what are your personal or your professional experiences with collaboration? What has really worked the best? And maybe what's worked not so well, because we always like the dirt, little T. All right.
I think for us, it's like today, I was literally referring a group of workers who have a retaliation case open with the ALRB. I was referring them to Vidas Legal Services, who's taken up deferred action for labor disputes as we speak. So it's important, one, just the relationship building that we're able to do. I was talking with Fernando from the local CRLA office last week about another case. And so I think just us having our own mycelial networks that come into play whenever we need them and are able to support each other is critical. What was the second part of the question?
So what are some examples of maybe where it didn't work so well and what should have happened instead?
Yeah, I can't speak so much to that. It just, I think what everyone's laying out around the legal process being long and drawn out, and sometimes the communication as the legal process happens, it gets to us, especially if we're helping represent workers on a case. It's not always the best, which is on me as much as it is on whatever agency is taking up the case. But these can be drawn out for over a year, more than a year. And often there's lulls of months where I also forgot to check in, and I'm not being checked in with about where the case stands. I don't know how the process works in the court, so I don't know what happens for those lull in months, if there's active stuff happening or it's just a lull. But I think often in these longer drawn out cases, our ability to communicate throughout a case is important, and that's for both sides of any equation. I think that'd be it.
Veronica, what are some best things that have happened? What are your best practices for collaboration? And do you have any war stories where it didn't work quite the way you would have liked? Without throwing anyone under the bus, because we're all friends here.
Yes. So I think in terms of collaboration, the biggest one that we do is counseling with private attorney. They're co-counsel, so it's always awesome to have them come along and bring the resources because we don't usually have them because we're a nonprofit. We also collaborate with community organizations, in terms of what's happening in the ground, because like Devin, they're the ones talking to the workers, they're the ones that are finding out. And so, because not only do we do litigation, we also do policy. So a lot of the laws that you see in the labor code were actually sponsored by Sierra Leone Foundation. And so some of those laws, the employment and the housing laws, the way that they get there is also from our conversations with not just our own community workers, but with other organizations in terms of what you're seeing, what's going on. And I think in terms of best practices, from what I've learned is it's a very delicate balance sometimes, because when you're working with community organizations or even just community members, I think people generally want to help, and we're all coming because we want to help the family. But I think sometimes it becomes hard because for me as an attorney, I'm thinking about litigation, I'm thinking about discovery, and I'm thinking about what's going to be discoverable. And so it becomes hard when you have community members that are really involved and they care about the community, and having in a way to come in and sever that relationship can be really hard. And then also coming in and learning their to have trust in you, because you're just showing up as an attorney coming in, and it's been the community members and the community organization that has been working with them. And so having with them a conversation about attorney-client privilege and explaining to them what it means, we file a lawsuit, and getting them to trust you, and then at the same time, talking with the community members and community organizations where you're not severing those relationships, because they do come from a good place, but they don't see this, I don't want to be like an attorney, we're awesome or whatever, but it's like we
I don't think anyone's going to be worried about them thinking we're awesome.
No, but it's like we see the world in a different place, right? We see litigation come through, we see discoveries come through, we see depositions come through, and I think it's been it can be a challenge sometimes trying to work with that.
David?
Yeah, so what comes to mind for myself is that I'm less involved now, but for many years I was on a strategic enforcement team in the construction industry where we partnered with a labor/management trust, or it's between the union carpenters and then the contractor employers. And it was all focused on labor complaints. And so we would work hand in hand to, as the BOFI government agency, we're the ones that can investigate and cite and recover on behalf of these workers. But they're our community partners, so they have a stronger rapport. They can facilitate worker interviews and bringing the case to us, kind of like what Devin's sort of they're doing, but in a different capacity, right? So that didn't exactly start out perfect. It was, you got this group that's like, wait, it's taking you how long to finish this case, or just use administrative bureaucracy, red tape that gets in the way. But then you find this commonality that, well, we all have the same goal. And as you're working through the cases, you started to change our mindset and just change our goal. And be like, well, do we bite off too much that we could choose? So I would say a best practice is when you're looking at the case as a whole, you're trying to get as much as you can, but if you make it too big, it's not attainable. So we started tailoring our cases to focus on what we could achieve. And there's nothing wrong with, tacking on as many charges or workers or whatever to lead to a quicker solution. But I would say keep in mind your actual capacities.
Andrew?
Sure. I think one of the most common misconceptions about the federal government is we have this massive amount of resources to do things, right? And some departments do. We are not one of those, right? And so we need a lot of help, and some of the best collaborations that we've had are with community-based organizations. We've made a huge push to do common interest agreements across a broad array of worker groups. We're much farther along in this in Southern California than we are up here. It's one of the reasons for us to have a presence here today, is to try to build out that same set of relationships up here. And they do an excellent job of getting the workers organized, getting them in one place, letting people know that they should talk to us, that what we're here to do, that they can trust us. I'd say the only maybe downside that comes with is then they want to be sort of involved in what the resolution of those cases are. And that's where sort of the bureaucracy and the policy element of it kicks back in, and it's more of a one-way sharing up until sort of the very end. And then I guess the last thing I would say is, my boss, the Solicitor of Labor, is overseeing an organization of only about 600 people. There's not a lot of us, but she's a Senate confirmable person. You know, she's a political appointee, and they do respond to political pressure. They respond to the community. You know, that is what we're here to do. You know, the attorneys and investigators all live in the places that you live, and we're supposed to be doing the things that the people there want us to do. So you can make a lot of progress if you are organized and you put in some pressure, you get some press. I can tell you that there is absolutely a response to that. A lot of what we do is determined by events, determined by pressure that outside groups put on. So you can make things happen that way.
And then from my perspective, the collaboration works when you meet regularly, when you discuss things regularly before you need each other, before that need arises, so that you know what the needs are. I don't know what the needs are of a certain community. I had to ask them if my hypothetical was correct on agricultural workers. If I got a case with agricultural workers, he's going to be my first call, right? So knowing who these people are, who they can help, having them on speed dial, being able to text them, that's really key to getting anything done in this organization. If you are law enforcement, you need to have those community service providers. You need those immigration law services. You need to have, you know, the files and the information that BOFI and the Wage and Hour Division have gotten for a couple reasons. First of all, it's all discoverable. And if I don't turn it over to the defense attorney, I might lose my case because there's statements out there that I have not provided. But more importantly, because they've already done some of the work, and so why would I replicate that? And finally, because they can trigger for us the worst of the worst. Not just the employer who maybe didn't understand the difference between time and a half, double time, but the people who make their victims go out and get false social security numbers to pay them under 2 social security numbers so that they don't have to pay overtime. And yes, that is a true story, in case that wasn't clear. Now, as far as stuff that hasn't, you know, some warnings or some ideas, when I do a different talk on how to create a collaborative community, but one of the things I bring up is you need the same goals. Because of course, all of us have different end games, right? We heard about the end games of what we are trying to achieve. And we need to be able to step back from that potential end game and say, we're going to let this end game take the lead. And when we don't have those agendas or that decision-making tree set up ahead of time, then we may end up with a CBO, a community-based organization that is contacting workers or contacting businesses while we're doing an investigation and telling them about our investigation. And yes, that happens. Even though we've perhaps asked them not to, because they have a different end goal than we do, and they weren't willing for our end goal to be the primary one. So when you're creating these communities, make sure that you all have the same end goal. It doesn't mean they were doing anything bad or didn't care about the workers, just means that we were put in a position where we had to make some decisions very quickly. And so that collaborative community has to be one where there's lots of discussion and lots of understanding about what role everyone's going to have. Veronica, we were going to do a whole group, but I don't think we need to. Can you just discuss your new resources for the Deferred Action Program?
Yes, so the state of California put some money out to different organizations throughout the state to do deferred action. So Sierra Leone Foundation also has an immigration team, and we've been granted, I don't know how much, I don't remember how much money, but we've been granted a good amount of money for us to do deferred action for farm workers. We have a specific region here in Northern California, and I can provide, I asked my boss for the link, but there's different organizations throughout the state and they cover different regions, and there's specifically money set aside to do deferred action for farm workers. And all you need is a referral from the labor commissioner.
David, you want to tell us just briefly what the labor commissioner's role is in that?
Yeah, so what we can do is we can submit it's called a statement of yeah. So if there is an active investigation going on, we can certify to the immigration agency that, yeah, this person is important to our investigation as part of their, we don't get involved in the actual adjudication of the immigration relief, but we're a key component of it. And we do have, it's like front and center on our website, like an FAQ for anyone out there that's looking for that statement of interest. There's an email on there. You just have to go to dir.ca.gov. It's one of the, I think it's the second bullet point.
So I want to thank the panelists very much. I'm going to get all of your text numbers so that I have someone to call. And thank you guys for your attention again and for putting up with me both at the beginning and the end of your day. Nicole Gomez Vidas, are you here? Before you guys, we're going to do questions. It's a long line a little bit. Yeah, no. Nicole and I talked a lot at lunch. So does you want to talk, Nicole, a little bit?
And I promise I'll be fast. I'm aware I'm in between you and happy hour on a Friday. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the deferred action for workers and labor disputes. I'm Nicole. I'm an immigration attorney from VITAS. So next slide, please. Yeah, if you can just actually just go two more. So we were mentioning deferred action. It's available for workers involved in an active labor dispute. So it could be your prior employer, current employer. All that matters more is that it's an active investigation. So does anyone know what deferred action means or, okay. So if you've heard of DACA, it's similar. It provides a temporary protection from deportation and a work permit. Let's just go to the next slide with the timeline here. Okay, so here's an example. First, we have the labor violation itself. The worker experiences or is a victim of a labor violation. It's then reported to a labor organization who then will release a statement of interest to DHS. Oh, I can see my numbers are off here, so I can't count. But step 4, the worker will apply for and receive deferred action with USCIS. This is really important to involve an immigration attorney at this step. So we are happy to consult in cases like this. It might not be the best option for all people, so it's really important that an immigration attorney evaluates each case before applying with USCIS. And then if approved, they would receive protection from deportation for 2 years, and a work permit from USCIS. So if you want to learn more, we're having an information session next Wednesday online for service providers. Next slide, please. So shoot me an email. My email address is there. We're just going to talk a little more in depth about this program, how to get in contact with us to give us some referrals. We're specifically looking for farm workers. I have some materials today if anyone wants to take and pass out in the community. And we're really looking forward to working with you all on this project.
Yeah, one note, if you are an agency, a government agency at any level that's doing this work, and you get a call from Nicole saying, hey, I need a statement of interest, and you're like, cool, what does that look like? You have my contact information. I have forms, well, not forms. I have a sample letter that you can feel free to cut, paste, and get out. And we know that it works because it's been submitted and approved as a statement of interest. And she told me that she's gotten, one agency's gotten it back a couple times. So we want to make sure you're not doing the work over and over again. So if you're a investigating agency and you get that request, don't reinvent the wheel, ask someone else. Any questions or anything you want to ask our panelists, me or Nicole? Because she's now, you know, part of us. One of us. One of us. Jill?
Is deferred action similar to continued presence?
So there's a lot of confusion about the two. Nicole, you want to explain the difference? I am not an immigration lawyer. I just play one on this stage.
I am.
But you are.
So continuous presence is something you would use to establish that you've been here for a certain amount of time that would get you lawful status in the United States. Deferred action means a promise from immigration to not take action against a person for a certain amount of time. It doesn't necessarily mean they will take action when it's done. It's just, we need this person here for a certain amount of time to take place in the, or to help with this investigation, to be a witness for a crime. So it's just, it means that the government will not do anything immigration enforcement wise against a person. And there was something else I was going to add about that, but I forgot. So.
Okay, we'll ask. Any other questions? Wait, somebody's waving in the back. Are you, no, now you have to ask a question. Just any random question is fine. Give Nicole time. Thank you.
So keep in mind, this applies to so many people. So say they have a work visa right now, but it's about to expire. They could apply and it would extend that for 2 years essentially. Say they don't have any status at all and they never have, they could apply. Say they have a status, but now they're out of status because they're no longer with that partner or they're no longer at that job. So it applies for any non-citizen worker, which is why there's great flexibility with this option.
Thank you very much for giving us all that. That was really helpful. Any other questions? All right. Well, then, thank you very much. Thank you to our amazing panel. Also, by the way, jumped on a phone call with me with all of a day's notice, so they're rock stars. Okay, guys. Can you guys hear me? Okay, we're done. All of you that stayed here till the end of the day get a gold star and as many croissants as you want. Lisa Carreño is making a list for anyone that's interested in being part of the local wage theft and labor justice task force. I suspect I will be running it, but maybe not. Maybe Katie will. Katie's husband does the human trafficking task force, so that is appropriate. So anyway, thank you all for being here. We need to collaborate. We need to hold people accountable. We need to be empathetic with victims. And we just need to do justice and serve the community. So thanks for being here. Look forward to seeing you soon and have a great weekend, everyone.